5.
5 means we're live. Okay, good. I don't know why. There was a delay on my end, so I was like, I don't know what's happening. Hello. Welcome back to Difficult Terrain. Happy Saturday, everybody. We have a few things that were immediately redeemed before we were even live. So, Flandy, I need you to say a thing, and then Nenders, you need to tell us about conjuration magic.
I got it this time. You know, there's this song that I've been working on to help me properly say this dude's name. And I think I got it nailed down to a science now. All I got to do is vroom, vroom, vroom.
Close enough. Let's give that a pass.
Both of you at the same time. That was great.
Disappointed. Also, for reference, the name is Rarum, and as we've laughed about it before, I've thrown all kinds of Swahili and Kikuyu and like we've thrown some other names that are kooky at you as well. You're pretty good about all of them. It's the Rarum one that I'm pretty sure was some like Viking name I looked up because I was like, I want this to feel
those
out of place.
Strung together don't work.
It's like, I'm just amazed by it. It is fantastic.
Not the vowels, Foos.
I thought it was the consonants that were the problem.
That's what I'm saying. We need more vowels.
The first time you struggled with it, I thought you were just joking because you were just like vroom, 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 and I was like, okay, that's par for the course. They always make fun of all my NPC names. Nethers is playing with his new camera, and you're not showing. Hold on, Nethers. You have a new link. Hold on. Everyone stand by. We got to get Nethers on the stream.
We do.
You're hiding. You're just Valen right now. You're just Valen.
You're high def right now. Bless you.
Okay.
I'm high def?
Yeah.
You are. You look much more clear to me.
I look more hairy?
You look clear.
Oh.
Yeah, you look hairier too. You should probably get a haircut.
I just got a haircut. Dude, it's like half an inch long.
Meanwhile, Dubs is losing his mind. Dubs, you want to show them how long your hair is and why it's driving you nuts?
What do you mean? Oh, he already did. He did the smolder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, no. There's a thing he does where he pulls his hair down in front of his eyes and is like, "Look at this." I'm like, your hair doesn't naturally do that.
Oh, you just turned into supervillain mode right there.
But yes, Ava did also pay for a rant for you, Nenders. So could you tell us about your conjuration magic? And because we just lost Ava, could you do it in Filoni's voice?
Jesus Christ. All right, I was in Happy Dad mode. I have to go to Psychopath mode.
Yes.
All right. I just don't give a shit about anybody's life or anything. All right, good. I'm there. All right. Conjuration it's awful. The worst magic ever. Can't even choke people with it. It's awful. Who wants to go from place to place with just transmutate over there? Why? What? Can't heal, can't take over anyone, can't make people bleed from their eyes. It's just, okay, all right, you might get elemental summon, but sometimes they don't like you, so then you have to run. And it's big mess. Don't like it. Not worth cost at all.
10 out of 10, Dennis. Thank you very much. Amazing.
Oh, man.
Also, the other thing that I believe was paid for was Maya promoting her project, but as you can see by the lack of Maya, unfortunately, she won't be joining us. So she's not feeling great, so please wish her all the health and hopefully she feels better soon. But in the meantime, we can talk a little bit about Rebellion Knights, where I know she's going to be renaming it soon. I think so. And it's a sci fantasy TTRPG that she's been working on for years. And I know she's been putting out updates for it as well. We linked her Patreon there, and I think from Patreon you can also get to her Disco. But yeah, she's constantly working on it, and hopefully we'll have a playtest on this channel at some point. Yeah.
I would like to playtest. That'd be great.
You already have, girl. You fucking on the stream. I know what you mean. Yeah. I know what you mean exactly. But I was like, you're a big part of it too.
Yes, and in addition to that, Joe also redeemed a Quiz Vogley one, and he has a specific question.
Oh, okay. Joe, hit us with the. Did you buy all?
No, he already. How many times per rest can you use action surge? And at my level, I can use it twice per short rest.
Is that a question or?
No shit. Yes, it's an answer. It's an answer.
final answer. That, please help me. Oh my god, that is hilarious. At your level, you can only use it once. Your action surge.
Fuck. I confused it with the other thing.
No, I think you got it confused with Indomitable. But action surge, I was like, I'm pretty sure it's way high up that you get that second one. My chest cannot be calmed. Calmed, I say. This is my opportunity to say that Ava and Joe, thank you so much for hanging out. I love you guys. You're
much
awesome.
appreciated.
I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday for the two of you. Okay, I think those are all the redeems, right? We got everything out of the way. I know I have an inspiration, and then you got one from Kit. And with all that nonsense, I think
I welcome more quizzing if people want to use their points.
Yes.
You can only hear Netter's rant so many times and get Frandy to practice so many times, I guess.
I mean, it's a good time.
Oh, when do we get a Dubs one? Look at that.
Oh, we just got okay. Okay, Dubs. No. You have to say something in your epic voice, and it's what Joe just put in chat. So it's flammable and inflammable mean the same thing. Yeah, that's true. What you must say in your epic card voice.
Oh, okay. Flammable and inflammable mean the same thing.
That felt like the Unreal voice towards the end there. Amazing. I have so many points that never get spent at the end of the show. We need... Oh, we need a Foozca one. Yes, we do. I saw Foozca and I was like, that's me. I'm assuming that's me.
One there? My bad.
He did. And I was like, maybe he meant Forza? And then I kept reading it and I was like, oh no, that's not.
I'm bad at typing, apparently.
I think Maya, in her absence, would generously donate her spell slots to me, so I just want to thank her in advance.
Bitch, get out of here. I need her lower level spell slots.
Wow, y'all dividing up somebody's spell slots are not even here.
Oh my god. You know what? To be honest, she's not doing great on spell slots. I'm taking a look. It's not good.
Well, look, I'm not doing great either. I'll take what I can get.
It's not great. It's not great. Anyway, we're having a great time. This is going to be a fun night, I think, because we're just in good mood and good spirits. Don't take her spells. It's Women's Month. That's true. You can't take her spells.
Women's History Month. Yeah. Women's History Month. And shout out to Foos for having mostly ladies on the roster.
Oh my goodness. Everyone's awesome and I love you. Yeah, I was noticing that like Awakenings and Difficult Terrain is split down the middle. We have as many dudes as we have ladies, which is awesome. Anyway, we're gonna hop in and to get to the recap and also get to the inspirations and then hop back into some shit. So
Duncan's making me feel under fucking dressed right now. Do I need to get like a shirt on or something?
No, it's just like a zip up.
Have a shirt on?
I know he looks very like tidy right now.
Yeah, I do, motherfucker. What's wrong with you?
Why are you caping?
I'm just coming under here. God damn.
Oh my god.
I told you, dude, you're looking very hairy today.
Huh?
What?
How low does it go? Wait, do you have a shirt under that? Don't do that. No, don't keep it. Okay. I think this is going to be a fun night. Okay, we're getting into it. We're getting into it. So, here's what happened last. The preventers managed to have a vision of an enemy that they have tried to kill many times before, not too far from the Pyramid Palace. And in locating him, made the very quick decision to go and steamroll his ass as quickly as they could. So leaving the Temple of Many, a temple which seems to have shrines to almost every god or goddess you can find in that place, they all came together in the lobby and ran their way over to the Pyramid Palace. And then stealthed a good amount of the way, having seen their targets as well as Aksa, a child Githyanki who they were able to recognize seemed to have some celestial blood to her in some way or some influence. But in approaching him and starting combat, there was an attempt from Budai, the name of their target, to cause a little bit of confusion and get a bit of the crowd on his side, as he sort of just looked like a father out with his daughter, just kind of walking around. But the team did not hesitate for too long and beat his ass like a drum with a hold monster that I could not save out of, and just too many crits for this man. He was out immediately. To which the little girl attempted to stop a few of you, but you guys managed to, one, notice that she was under some enchantment spell and dispel that, which seemed to kind of break the hold of whatever charm was on her, as well as make her a little more open to speak with you. But calling the guard captain over and a few of the other guards, you were all escorted back to the Pyramid Palace, where Flandy made an incredible nat 20 perception check and noticed that the Mirror Assassin has the ability to hide within reflections of any reflection, essentially, of a certain size, of a certain make, whatever it might be. But with his incredible perception check, noticed that it doesn't necessarily have to be metallic, and it can actually be an organic thing. And noticing that in Aksa's eyes, there seemed to be a little bit of movement in one of them, was able to correctly deduce that the Mirror Assassin was in there. A couple of things happened in between that, and we won't get into that, but Mirror Assassin came out. Aksa died, but was revived twice in the span of this and the fight. But the Mirror Assassin came out, caused a bit of havoc. There was combat last episode. There was a hilarious moment in which he was sending people to the mirror dimension, in which they had to get back in, and Rylan came and took Kemen's shard and let Kemen in there.
Of course he did.
It was not his intention, but it was very funny when it happened.
Sure.
But they managed to defeat the Mirror Assassin, who, as per usual, seemed to crumble down into nothing, no body being left behind. And with Aksa safe with the guard captain, the team stepped inside of the palace, noticing that most people had kind of shooed away or been hidden with the fight. The guards from the outside were kind of protecting the public from it, and the guards on the inside made sure that everyone was away from the doorway and safe from this kooky, crazy chaos that was going on outside. But with everybody coming together and heading towards the guard captain and wanting to speak with Aksa a little bit more, you were able to get a little bit more information. She has been working with, or at least in contact with Vlakith for some time, is not seemingly a fan of it. She also described that her abilities seem to be unique, and it's part of the reason why Vlakith wanted her to train. And in her training, there was descriptions of Githzerai being captured and training her in her abilities before they were killed, because Githyanki are really kind people. So in just kind of sharing some stories and hearing from her, the guard captain explained that she'll be keeping an eye out on her and keeping her safe in the palace for at least a couple of days, but you can see what's going on, in which the joke of adopting more kids came up. Of sending her back to Ryland's family home, where their current child Kambish is. But either way, towards the end of the conversation, Irene was talking about her phoenix, how Kandara lives within her, and what that kind of entails. To which Aksa kind of piped up and mentioned that it reminded her of Jelie, which was a name that the team had not heard before. But we more or less ended right as she was explaining that she knew of some celestial creature, and was about to kind of explain a little bit more. Great and strong. Yeah, no, listen. I love them too. They're amazing. Ryland's parents are doing the real work. They are full babysitting.
Yes,
Hi, Abby, what's up?
Absolutely.
Also, hello, everybody in chat. Thank you for hanging out. With that being said, our winners for inspiration, which means one of them is going to the general crowd, was Irene and Kodrono. So Dubs, you have an inspiration for tonight, and the rest of the team, you guys will all get like a collective inspiration that you guys can choose when you want to roll. Again, give love to our lovely Irene / Maya Papaya, because she can't make it today. But we
wouldn't use it right now.
Feel better, Maya?
Want to buy spell slots, have gold and souls, will travel. Oh no, I'm just catching up on this nonsense in chat here. Okay. All of that out of the way, inspirations doled out. The team, we are picking back up with you in this sort of safe room that seems to be a part of the palace, where you have Aksa here, as well as Kanja, the guard captain, and the rest of your team. But you are free to continue the conversation or to do whatever you like.
I feel like
Rylan
Irene
took
would
it.
have continued to talk to Aksa and sort of help, but since she's kind of not here, could Nirja pick up a little bit and start to, ask her about her friend?
What do you mean you weren't here?
I didn't say I wasn't here. I said
You said
since
She said,
Irene.
yeah.
since
Irene isn't
isn't
here. I heard I wasn't here. I didn't hear the Reen part, so I was like,
Okay.
what do you mean? I was very confused. Of course. Yes, of course.
So Nirja would say, who is your friend? Julie?
Yeah. She's really nice. She's really glowy.
Glowy like you?
No, like really glowy.
Like how then Nirja says, I sometimes, did you see me with the lightning? Is she as glowy as that?
No, not like
Okay.
that.
Okay. Oh, does her whole body glow? What part of her glows?
Most of her.
Okay.
She has visited me since I think I was really little. I usually only saw her in my dreams, and then she started seeing me a couple of times.
Oh.
But I don't know. She said she was going to look after me for a little bit.
Okay. So you first saw her in dreams and then she came real? That's really cool.
Yeah.
Can you describe her, what she looks like, or is she so glowy you can't really see her?
I don't always see her. Sometimes she just talks and I hear her.
Oh, okay. Huh. I kind of got that going on. I got somebody I talked to, but he is alive in my weapon.
Oh.
Yeah. His name's Kelren. I thought that I was just hearing things, but then I realized he was an actual person.
So you have someone and she has someone. Mm-hmm. And she kind of like points towards Kodrono, Valen, and Ryland. Does everyone have someone?
It's kind of, yeah, just in different ways. They have gods more often than not. I think I just have a person. Does that make sense?
I think Julie is a god.
Okay. What do you think she is? Oh, sorry.
I don't know.
Oh.
Is this similar to Kambish's
I was thinking the same thing.
ancient Ladrian lady? Look for her name. I'm looking for it. I can't think of her name because there's so many different names we got going on.
Research
Eliana?
is the best.
Eliana? Is it?
Ilahana. Yes, very close. That is the name of the character.
I wasn't sure if that was her or that was Maya's sky god thing.
No, that was
that's Ayala. Nope, that's Ayala.
Yep.
Yep. You're good. That's what I'm saying. I throw so many names at you. Some of them are similar, but Varm is a no.
Yeah.
Anyone listening in can roll history or religion. If it is religion, the DC is a little bit lower. Sky Daddy says sentient nimbus. That feels real appropriate.
Boo! All right.
Oh, that's a good bonus. Yeah, I was rooting for you, girl.
That's 20!
You're just taking it away.
Yeah, nice.
Hey,
flat roll.
All right. Dennis, I need you to calm down, all right? You're going to get a little bit of information. This is too much. No, you're good. I was going to give you a nugget. You had to be out here doing some crazy. No,
I need a boulder fuse.
Yeah,
30-7.
Hell freaking yes.
I got Anana's name on my shoulder or something. What are we doing?
What?
Oh yeah, Kodrono, hit me with a religion check as well. Actually, I'm sure it won't be too Nenners' bonkers.
I did have a look at
number,
tops. I'm like, man, I need to put a suit on or something, man.
I know.
That is not bad. The spirit of Rahani is with Nenners for real.
Yes.
But Nenners, Valen. Valen, as you're kind of listening into this and your teammates are kind of drawing connecting some of the dots, you're starting to realize that it's probably not a promised thing. Because you've seen the promised situations show up and the souls either work kind of like in tandem, or in Kambisha's situation, that soul that seemed to be interlocked with his was kind of just pleasantly there. Like, she seemed to attempt to protect him. She seemed to just kind of be in that area. But from what you've seen from Aksa, it seems very much like Aksa's acting on her own, and that Jalie, whatever she might be, is just perhaps watching or perhaps just kind of chatting every so often. And you haven't really come across too many, but you know enough, especially with the freaking 37, to have heard of people who identify as Aasimar. And that is often because of a bloodline connection to some kind of celestial. That's not always the case. There are times in which a celestial may find a particular soul attractive or inviting for whatever reason it might be. And it is usually guided towards such a soul because of perhaps the righteousness of them, or the innocence of them, or the desire to do good, whatever it might be. Something that would attract a celestial, essentially. And in that connection, kind of blesses them, whether that's intentional or not, with some celestial powers or celestial essence of some kind. From what you're hearing from Aksa, this is absolutely that situation. You have never in your life heard of an Aasimar Githyanki. And part of that is because, as mentioned, it needs either the celestial bloodline, which obviously the Githyanki are very protective of their own bloodline, and that's not happening anytime soon, or they have to be a righteous, good soul for a celestial to be attracted to them. Again, not necessarily a condition that the Githyanki usually fill. But if you had to guess with your 37, it's likely the second that attracted Jalie to Aksa. So whether she knows it or not, this connection that she had with Jalie turned her into an Aasimar Githyanki. And that connection likely amplifies whatever abilities she has, and is probably part of the reason why Vlaakith is very curious to figure out how far that goes.
Okay. Oh wow. Yeah, he would absolutely have like a eureka moment when he's like, man, this is making it
Yup.
Connects the dots.
Yep. Yep. Oh, also, because of your number as well as Kodrono's. Kodrono, you wouldn't necessarily piece the dots on the Aasimar that she is one, but you would be able to kind of piece together that she certainly met some kind of celestial. And from the two of you, just kind of hearing about the way she's describing the celestial, it's likely a deva of some kind. But a deva. It is a
diva?
It's not a diva. It's Deva. And they are lawful good creatures, known to be kind of the typical angelic form that is often depicted. A person with robes of some kind, wings, and sort of not quite pale skin, but like desaturated, almost grayish skin. No. Planty. Stop.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. But yes, the two of you also get that Jalie is likely a Deva. But yes, no, I know Deva's from Digimon. Perfect.
Okay. Well, while that's happening, he'll create like a side conversation with Kevin. Just your connection, how you can sense me. Can you sense her?
Yes, but it's different. See, everyone else, I have to kind of either ask for entryway to sense or connect with them. except for you, really, because I think whatever blood connection we have, I think it's just kind of automatically establishes. I think if you just think of it more, it makes it a little bit easier. But it's like she's just radiating something. It's very easy for me to communicate with her if I need to.
Okay, so it's possibly not genetic. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. If you sense or feel anything new, let me know. I have a running theory going.
What is that theory?
She's somehow tied to us.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kind of like looks at you and then back at her. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what to do with this information.
I see. Here's the thing that I don't understand. If we're supposed to be individual elements of Gith, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember her being particularly nice.
Foos is laughing, but Kevin is not. You see Kevin just kind of like, you guys are leaning in, but he's looking at the ground. And as you say that, you just hear,
like cunning, intelligent, brutal, efficient, tactician, like all those great things.
Yeah.
Not someone known for compassion or emotion.
No.
For that matter.
No, I think you can. I think you can say that kind of across the board for
I
our
agree.
people. Because in our defense, it's worked, right? No longer slaves. I think that's a good outcome for that.
Yep.
But I don't know. But then again, we're not known to be whatever. But you have all these friends, right? And I mean, I don't think I'm terrible. Maybe it is our bloodline.
Ryland's, he's been kind of course correcting me a little bit.
But
someone say my name.
If I'm
it's just nothing against Ryland and then back into game.
It's just like when you hear the like heavy accent in like clearly different language, like what happened to Ryland? Back into the rest of the. But yeah, you see Kevin kind of like tilting his head as he's looking back at Ryland. But I mean, he's a literal paladin. If you were terrible outright, you wouldn't have made it this far anyway.
No, I'm pretty sure.
Like you had to have like a base good for him to elevate your good. Does that make sense?
I understand where you're coming from. Look, there's base good, and then there's like Aasimar good, and I don't think, you know what I mean. We're not. That's a magnitude. I don't think she's genetically an Aasimar, if that makes sense.
You clearly have lost him with that one.
You can fade to the background while he like tries to draw diagrams.
Okay. It's just like leaning over and watching. But the Gith Yankee brothers are deep in conversation. As Valen seems to have an epiphany of some kind. Yeah, that's 100% Ryland right now.
Yeah.
But
Ryland, get out of here. Ryland's doing fine.
Ryland. Oh, sorry, Valen. I was reading your name for some reason as that was happening. Okay, apologize. But yeah, as the two of them are having that conversation, Aksa does start to describe. I won't do it in her voice necessarily, but she does describe what they're also, in terms of Valen and Kodrono, are confirming. Definitely seems to fit that of a Deva. The few times she's seen Jalia in physical form, she was glowing so brightly that it was kind of hard to see, but she didn't feel like she needed to make eye contact with her. But from what she saw, there were no weapons attached. She just seemed to be wearing flowing robes and wings of some kind that definitely seemed to be white, even though it was so bright. It was kind of hard to get details, but she could still make out the brightness of the wings.
Was she the size of a skyscraper?
She, she was not the size of a skyscraper.
Well, since Nirja is talking to her, she would have no idea to ask that question unless
I'm just being an ass. Don't worry.
Oh no, Galen doesn't know either. This is Nenners from Awakenings.
Okay.
But yes.
Don't worry, we'll get the were her hands backwards question here in a bit.
Right. But yes, you get the general description of a Deva from her over time. But after that, she looks back over the rest of the team. I can tell her about you next time she comes.
Yeah, that would be great. Because we really like to both help you and also see who we can have allies with or make friends. It's been really tough for us all.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell her about you.
Yeah, please tell her we said hello and we would love to speak to her. A friend of yours is a friend of ours.
She kind of smiles a little bit. Okay. So I guess I'll be stuck here for a little bit. Where you guys going? What's gonna happen to Kaasin?
Well, I think he's gonna be held for a while. Make sure that he's separated from you so he, doesn't do any of those bad things anymore. And that's probably what's gonna happen. Nobody's gonna hurt him, but we're gonna make sure that he doesn't do harm to anybody else.
If Nirja genuinely believes that no one's going to hurt him, roll persuasion. If you are lying to this child, roll deception.
No, she 100% thinks that the Kings are not gonna beat the shit out of him because she feels like the Preventers would probably do something like that sooner than they would, and
She didn't ask if the Kings were going to do anything. She said what's going to happen to them.
All right, well, she genuinely believes that. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, no, you're fine. But she kind of looks at you for a long while, and for a moment you see the dots again, kind of flaring with that radiant energy, but it dims down before anything happens. And she just nods. Okay. Maybe later. I kind of think I want to talk to him.
Yeah, you wanna do that? Okay. We'll see. I'm just kind of nervous just because he's been really tricky before, and I don't want him to trick you or hurt you or abscond with you again.
Can't trick him if I make him honest.
Oh yeah, you can do that. Okay, fair point. Do you think you can make him be honest? Okay.
If I have enough time.
I don't have any doubt in your abilities. He's just been he's been a challenge for us. So
it's okay.
Thank you. So okay, you can talk to him, but I think not immediately. I think some time in between then and now. You need to take care of yourself first and make sure that you're okay.
I'm okay. And there's a moment where you see Kanja in the background. It will at least be a day before I let you out to speak with anyone else, and especially the prisoner.
I think that may be a good idea because, you're pretty strong, but not for nothing. You did go through something very difficult and very hard to watch. At least it was hard for me to watch.
I've died before.
Oh. You're tougher than I thought. I haven't died before. At least I don't know if I've
he's
died
going to kind
before.
of step in.
Hmm? Oh, he's gonna step in?
Yeah, what he says, what she said I died before? Or, like, what do you mean you died before?
In training, sometimes it didn't go well, and I died. They always brought me back.
Does Ryla know who they are? They be?
Yeah, you're able to connect the dots that it was likely the Gith Yankee training that perhaps pushed her too far.
Oh.
Like Ryla at that point is gonna lean over to the Valen and be like, "I fucking kill you assholes in that."
If you carry the yeah, training's rough. I have a question. Do you want Budai to live for any good reason?
It's a good reason. That gets it because it's like if you give me the bad one, I'm gonna kill him anyway. But
Valen.
That gets funnier the longer it sits.
No, it's a question that needs to be answered.
It's fun. It's just
That's what he's saying, not Netters. But yeah.
Right, no, I understand that. And even Nirjev said, she literally did say Valen as well. Like, all right. What do you think, Aksa?
He's died before too. I don't know if he'll die.
Oh, I can make it I mean, we have ways of.
Oh, I guess. I don't like him, but I don't know if that means. I don't know.
One last one from me. Does he have abilities similar to yours?
No, not like me.
Valen's piecing together that she could use psionics in here without any issue so far.
Mm-hmm.
So if he had anything, then that would be a point of concern.
That's a problem. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. He's in royal custody now, so I don't imagine anything's going to happen immediately. But
okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll make sure that you can speak to him. But, do you want us to be there? Or do you want to do this with just the palace guards to help you or to support you?
Mm-hmm. If you want to be there, that's okay.
I would like to be there.
Okay.
Okay, Valen wants to be there. All right. So you're very strong and you know what you can do, and I know that you're resilient. We're also here for you for some of the things that you have trouble doing or the things that you don't want to do.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. Thank you too. I'll be okay.
Okay. All right. We'll let you be. Please rest. And you did an amazing job. Thank you.
Hey.
What?
Relax. Roll me an intelligence saving throw. As her dots flare up.
Ryla's halfway down the hallway.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. So now one at the gate. As she says relax and her spots kind of flare up again. It works almost as though it's a calm emotion spell where you just feel kind of like the tension and the worry that is hanging on you kind of fade a little bit. It's strange because it's involuntary, but it does relax you. But the spots on her face dim again and she smiles.
Oh. Well, Thank you. I feel a lot better. What? Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
And she just kind of gets up, has sort of a smile on her face and contentment, as well as just some peace that has come over her that I don't think anybody's really seen before. And she just has a little bit of a bounce to her as she gets up.
No.
So I guess I'll see you later.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we have some traveling to do. Do you want anything from the City of Splendors?
No.
You told me to be honest.
I don't know what to want.
Like reading books, boats.
Mm,
Can't bring your whole boat. I mean, a toy boat.
maybe
Bring you a whole boat.
maybe some clothes or something, or some toys, something to play with.
The dress?
Yeah. What kind of dress? What do you have, a color or a style in mind?
You see, like, kind of overwhelmed with the amount of detail of the question, but it's actually, give me an insight check, Nirja.
Oh, okay. Great.
Or if anyone else is curious and looking or listening in, you can roll insight as well. But
Don't have
nice. Okay, cool.
battle kit, maybe. I have no idea what that would be.
I don't know what's happening. Yeah. As you are asking these questions, she seems kind of overwhelmed. It's more, she likely hasn't been exposed to a lot in terms of like fashion or what to expect in that. It was more like she maybe saw something that caught her attention, and she's trying to be like, okay, I would like a dress as well. But going into the details of it, she's like, I don't even know what to ask in that sense. So usually you're kind of like retracting, like, oh, that's too much detail. I don't know. But eventually she continues.
Not too long.
Not too long.
I don't
Okay.
want a trip.
Okay. I
Full
understand that. So, something,
dress.
Yep.
something you can run in a dress. I'm assuming pockets. Want some pockets?
She kind of looks down. She's like, as you can see, she doesn't really have anything to her name other than whatever clothes she has. But she looks back up.
Okay.
Okay. And what's your favorite color?
I don't know.
Does Drono actually say something? No. I can't hear him. Where's your mic?
No, he doesn't. His mic was away because he was opening up snacks. So he was trying not to make it too loud.
I don't know.
Nirja is going to show her the bracelet that Kambish... Oh, wait, no, they don't have that shit. Fuck. Never mind.
Do we pick up the dagger?
But she looks at Flinty. But you see her look at Kevin for a second, who kind of quiets down and looks back at her. And then leans into Valen. Hey, I'm learning common, but I don't know all the words yet. How do you say purple?
Purple.
Purple.
Oh.
He says out loud.
Yeah. I like purple too, but a light purple. I'll pick one for you. I think I know which purple you might like.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so you're just all right. I think some of us need a rest before we even think about going anywhere.
Yeah. That would be nice, but
you see Kanja kind of speak up at the moment. Do you need a place to rest in the palace? Plenty of space.
Valen, that might be a good idea considering what we just went through. So
I don't know if we can survive a trip back home.
Yeah.
gonna walk outside and get kneecapped by someone immediately.
KO.
I actually would like to go to the library to do my resting.
Okay.
I have some ideas, but
Will you take a nap for once?
no, I have.
He
There's no
doesn't need to.
time. There's no time. I can't even study without people being attacked.
I would like to look at more books of maybe some dragons and nap on the table.
The temple is safe. I'm not worried about any of you being here. So the buddy system could at least be loosely observed. I just need one more person to go with me, but I don't think we need to travel as a group.
Raising his hand. I can go. Oh, I can stay. Wherever you need me.
Whatever you like. I don't want to bore you with books.
I'll find a book. They have some Githyanki Slay in there, right?
Did you see any Gift Slay when he was in there?
Yeah, you saw like everything of like every possible language, pretty much.
Okay,
But
yeah. There's a few. It's probably like on knitting or something, but I'm sure you'll.
Knitting for Githyanki's.
Yep.
Usually you're going to do a stabby motion, but this time we're actually going to use it as a swoopy motion.
If it's crocheting, I've seen those videos where people are like, stab it, yeah, like garrote it, basically scoop out its guts.
That's what I imagine this book is. It's just explaining like, take the motion you would normally use to scoop out the entrails, but this time we're going to apply it to our fingers.
Exactly, and you want to just make a nice little bow. Okay, knitting for Githyanki.
Oh, I would buy this book.
Yes.
But you see him kind of agree to go to the library with you. That being said, I think Nirja, you were interested in going to the library as well.
Yeah, she wants to.
Bros. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say she wants to pick up some more books on Bahamut and potentially nap on one of the tables.
Just gonna nap while I'm there. Sure, no problem. Thunder Bros, and then Irene, I'll have her kind of tag along with whoever. But Ryland and Kodrono, you can go with them to the library, or there seems to be a room that you'll be able to rest in if you just want to detach and relax for a bit, or if there's anywhere else in the palace you wanted to go to.
Wasn't there? I cannot remember right now.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't there talks of Ryland going to see Severe for something?
There was a couple of conversations about yes, because of your disconnection to being a paladin.
That's right. I think Ryland would look at everybody disperse and kind of look at the crowd like, Kodrono.
Yeah.
You want to go see Sphere with me?
Sphere.
It's not Severe, but you're good. That's the soul healer. The dubs.
Sphere.
Do we know about him?
Yeah, you know him. Yeah. He was the one who got you into Nirja's brain to get the demons out and such. He led those like meditation things for you as well.
We have to go back and get more out because I rolled.
But the team is splitting up and they have to honor the buddy system. So Ryland's basically asking you if you want to go along.
Okay, yes. All right.
Unless we need a guide, he'll just start walking in the general direction.
All right, no. The Kanja will just essentially let the group know where to go to get out of the sort of like you guys are in like almost like a safety wing of the palace where they keep people who might need protection in this space. But she tells you that one of the guards will guide you out, but afterwards you likely know where you're going, which thankfully I think you all kind of do. You've been to the both places in the palace. Actually, the library we've only been once, but that's still fine. Whereas Severe you've been to many times before. But she essentially tells you to head out and go wherever you'd like to go, and it should be no problem as the guards can help you if lost. But Aksa from her spot just kind of waves and okay, bye.
Bye. Have a good rest. Hope you get to talk to Juliet.
Me too. Thank you.
Thanks.
And as you head out, so I'm gonna just say that Irene will go to the soul healer with the Thunder Bros.
That sounds about right.
So the Thunder Bros. So Quadrono, Ryland, and Irene are heading to the soul healer, and Kemin, Valen, and Nirja are going to the library. That being said, with you guys going which way? I do believe the library is a bit more of a walk than Sevier, so I will probably continue with Ryland and Kodrono and Irene heading over to see him. And with that, actually, I'm going to double check something really quickly. Are you looking up? You were looking up all of the like crochet.
I was trying to find a gif of it, but I couldn't find one that was
No, it's amazing.
so
I'm not
specific.
I am by no means mad about it. It's just hilarious. That's awesome. Okay. In heading to Severe, he is actually one of the contacts you have that could experience things as you guys were away. So I do need a luck roll for the soul healer as you are going to meet with him again. Dubs, that's you, man. I need you to roll me a d20, please, as a luck roll. It's between the two of you because no one else. It's just the two of you going to see him.
Wow.
Okay. As a reminder, the luck rolls aren't necessarily. There's a chart. A one isn't necessarily
Surely
bad.
that one can't be great.
It doesn't mean it's terrible. It's what it means.
We don't know.
Yeah, it does.
You don't know. Okay, so as you guys are heading over, the soul healer is usually not particularly busy, but from what you've seen the last few times, there were a few more guards near and around him, mostly because he was starting to hear things, especially from the bow bitch, as you guys call him, the assassin. And as you are coming in to kind of the walkway to get towards him, he does seem to have quite a few guards that are still there. It's been over a year for people here, but it feels just like when you left. Security is certainly quite high, but as you approach, the guards kind of step up to you. Did you have a meeting scheduled?
Nothing scheduled. I was just hoping that maybe Mr. Sevier had some spare time.
Who am I? And then as the one is asking, the other kind of elbows. That's the preventer. Like stare up at the very obvious fucking Ryland helmet and tall Furbolg stature. But afterwards, you hear them both kind of converse with each other before. I will ask. And he goes back to disappear for a second, but the other guard stays. So you guys were partying for a year, right? You see kind of like a nervous smile on his face as he's saying it.
I think Ryland's like actually contemplating, like, does he still consider partying if it was like, why, you know?
It's just like silence, like, you were partying for a year, right? And then nervously he's like, huh, and then the two boys are like,
Ryland's just like, I don't know if I'd, like, Ryland wouldn't consider a party, but he's also like, knows that it was kind of a party, so he's just like, I don't know how to answer this truthfully right now.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. But
it's like, how does time work?
But you see him kind of laugh nervously as well, and just, it's good to have you back. And as he kind of like quiets down for a moment, the other one returns. He does have some time, but likely not a longer session, maybe 10-15 minutes if you're interested.
I'll take all the help I can get.
Then by all means. They both kind of step back to let three of you, excuse me, because Irene is here as well. go see
Irene would
Severe.
have definitely have had a way better conversation.
100%. I think she would have like had like actual conversation. The two of you were like, I don't know.
The boys short circuit, and Irene's just like, yeah, it was fabulous. We had a great dance. There was a dance fight.
It's fantastic. What were you guys up to? The boys are like, I don't know how to speak to you right now. But you do make it to his sanctuary with the water still running around him. You do see him seated in, most of the time he was seated sort of on the pillows that were here, or perhaps a seat of some kind. But you do see there seems to be some kind of almost like an apparatus that he seems to be seated in. It does resemble some kind of chair, but from his spot, he meets you with his usual glowing eyes. Faces I have not seen in quite some time. Welcome.
And yet to us, it feels like yesterday.
So I have heard. What brings you here?
Well, I think Nerja went to the library, but she we could still use your help with her. But I'm afraid this time's for me.
I did notice your dragonborn friend is missing.
And I think Rylan will just kind of cast exposition on like the nuances of the party, the fact that like there was this weird like altering magic that was going on, and how he can no longer talk as freely to Unicorn Lady.
Yeah. He listens quietly the whole time you're speaking, and then there are aspects of this I fear I won't fully understand. And I do believe this is because he was meddling in arcane methods as well. I do focus on the soul and the body, and from what it sounds like, whatever manipulation he has likely, I don't want to say damaged, but changed an integral part of yourself. It might be a combination of my expertise as well as that of a wizard, but I'm unsure. But what we can do is focus and concentrate. Perhaps we can explore those pieces that are missing.
I feel like with that round, it's like I feel like we still like we really need to figure out what's at the bottom of the infinite. Like just that conversation piece like draws him back to that. Like because he's always had the desire, but now he doesn't remember doing it. So he's like, one day we're gonna do it.
We got to put that on our calendar or something, guys. we gotta make it happen. But you see him kind of extending his hands towards you, but not moving forward at the moment, but just waiting for the three of you to essentially initiate a meditation with him. But as you are doing so, which I imagine you will, he continues, it might not be as effective as our previous sessions, as I don't have a lot of time, but we can at least start. Perhaps shed light on what is missing.
Yeah, well, maybe this is the stepping stone to the right direction. But I do appreciate it.
I agree. Who here? I think it's Kodrono, right? Kodrono, what's your passive perception again?
Like 15 or something like that.
15?
15, 16.
16? Okay.
Because don't
you don't want this 11?
Oh yeah. You know, I don't need the 11. Thank you very much. Kodrono, you are noticing not particularly obvious, but much like the last time you were here, there do seem to still be guards in this room. There were plenty that were outside, but even as this meeting is happening, you're seeing guards very subtly in the background of this room, kind of up against some of the gratings that are near the running water and just kind of pushed up against the walls. But there's likely some sort of like mild camouflage magic that's working. It's not a full invisibility, but it's almost like they're hiding in shadows, but there just aren't any shadows in here. But you're able to kind of clock like 3 or 4 or so that seem to be just waiting, watching.
Anything happened for the elevator security?
As he's kind of reaching out and grasping hands with everyone. Yes, I was attacked.
But by what?
Another time. And his hands kind of close around. Go ahead.
Didn't we know that there was a target on him at some point?
Not necessarily a target on him. You just knew that he was hearing the music of the bard.
That's what it was. He was hearing the music. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I was like, there was something that was like.
yeah. Thankfully that.
I feel like Rylan would have started to say like the bowman, but then as soon as he said not a later time, he'll respect that.
Yeah. His fingers kind of close around yours and Irene's, I imagine, as we're kind of making a nice little prayer circle here. I'll just move you guys up a little bit. But go ahead and I need a volunteer to roll Irene's wisdom saving throw. But Thunder Bros, I will need the 2 of you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
So it's between me and Netters, and both our track records for this are not amazing. Except I think Netters is probably better than mine.
Whoever does it, you can just roll a d20 plus 1.
Wisdom throw?
Yeah, wisdom saving
throw.
Plus 6.
Oh. God. Control.
You're rolling that, right? You want me to fail that for
all right,
mine?
no, fine.
I rolled a natural 20. My next one is sub 5. I mean, we know this.
Oh shit!
The correct choice
like
was made.
I'm glad I rolled it for her. I'm so glad.
Amazing roll. Amazing. Pardon me. I was having a little snack, but it's sticking to my teeth, and I'm out of water. Can I have some of your water?
For those of you who don't know in the audience, my sister is a water buffalo.
I drink water.
Her ability to retain water and consume it is incredible.
I probably can rival Foos, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Worst person to get stuck in a desert with, you guys would be completely out of water in 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna drink all the water in the first hour. Anyway, as you are all plus 5 for both of them, correct? Jeez, that's wild. Okay, so that's a cool 30 for Codrono, which is not an nat 20, just to keep that in mind. Then a 26 for Irene, and Ryland in the caboose with exactly half of Irene's roll.
The person who needed it the most.
Well, the good news for you is that exactly this was a group. Your fucking camera shifting around is doing weird things to me. It's great though. It's not a complaint. Oh my god! But with these incredible rolls, as your group check is a success, you immediately start feeling the calmness of his meditation kind of sinking in that he's getting you to kind of focus on yourself, but in a way that is not necessarily only internal, only emotional, but like feeling every part of your body, your fingers, your hands, your wrists. It's just calming you a little bit. And through this exploration, you feel him kind of guiding you just to Ryland's sort of inner thoughts, Ryland's feelings, worries, concerns, hopes, dreams. A lot of thoughts are kind of coming up. And although Irene and Codrono are here for this, you recognize that they're not necessarily seeing everything in detail. It's just the concept that they're kind of along for the ride, but not as deep into it as you are. And it starts, your thoughts and focus starts drifting towards Myliki, your goddess, your friend, as well as your guide in a lot of ways. And as soon as it gets there, it almost feels as though a door is shut on you. And it's not due to the current guide that you have right now, Severe. It feels almost like within yourself, it's almost been like blocked off. As if that port was unplugged, as if something was just inert and disabled. Like, can I get in there? As you get to that space and Severe kind of feels that halt in the exploration, you hear his ever-present voice through this. This is certainly complicated then. Ryland, try to reach for it one more time. This might be unpleasant, and this may hurt. But I need you to let her shut the hell up. I need you to let her shut the hell up, you son of a shit. Oh my god. Okay. Focus. But I need you to try, if you're interested, in finding out just how much was carved out.
Can I see if my friend can't join me? And he's going to think of Rusi.
Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
Persuasion.
I'm worried.
You got it. You got it. It's fine.
You got it. Exactly. You got it. You got it. As you hear him say, "What friend?" and you say, "Sarusi," in this sort of mental space. This is kind of different from what has happened with Nirja, where you had physical, like tangible bodies in some kind of black area where you were able to open doors and function physically. This almost feels like it's a dream. Like things are only tangible when you think about them for a moment. And even as your friends are along on this trip, you don't see their bodies, you just feel their presence. And you just feel as though you're kind of exploring this like amorphous environment. But as soon as you say Sarusi, clearly in your mind, you see her blink dog form kind of almost comically pop into frame as if she escaped from like a tiny color explosion. And she seems to acknowledge you immediately, to which you kind of feel a smile from Severe. You don't hear him or see anything, but you can just feel the amusement with it. But Rusi in this space, wagging her dog, or her tail, her dog. I read the doggo from Flanders or Netters, and then my brain said dog. Wagging her dog, wagging her tail so hard that it's kind of like the tail is wagging the dog. You see her smiling in your direction. Hey, I'm back. This is different though.
Hi.
Hi.
You want to help me reach for this door?
Okay.
It might
what
hurt.
door? And she sees you turn around, and there's a door behind her all of a sudden. Oh, I don't have thumbs.
You being here helps.
Okay.
It might hurt though.
Okay.
We'll do it together.
Okay. Yeah.
And he'll try and reach for the door.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw.
Constitution.
I only have a +5.
That's so
That
good.
was not a very good roll.
That's not a good roll. As you are pushing or like reaching for the door with Rusi, you feel almost like, even though you don't see anything, as your hand is kind of reaching forward for it, as if you've kind of like hit a wall of just imperceptible force that's just pushing against your hand, and you're trembling in space, and it's just like you can't inch forward any closer, and it feels like the door is still another 3 feet away, but in that distance you're just struggling in this space. It doesn't hurt yet, but you imagine if you attempt to force yourself further, it will.
Well, he was told to prepare for pain, so he's going to I guess I don't know if he would know any like. Is there any tips and tricks that he would have possibly picked up from Valen, like arcane wise, to like maybe help, like maybe if he channels like it all through one single point, like if it's like a flat force effort, like is there anything from Valen that he can kind of channel to help him out here?
Unfortunately, not for this particular situation. But I think just in the way you're thinking, give it a Arcana check if you would like. I tried so hard not to read it because I saw push it and I was like, don't read the rest, you're gonna laugh.
All right, this is Ryland's best stat. Here we go.
Yep. Oh! Let's go! Holy shit, dude! These rolls tonight are incredible. Okay, as you're getting ready for the pain and you feel yourself trembling here, you think of Valen first and what he might have taught you in some way to kind of push past something like this. Maybe it's the pressure, maybe it's something else. But I think in thinking that way, Ryland, you start realizing this is not an arcane thing. This is an inner whatever. This is a me thing. I'm talking to a soul healer. This is probably more of a soul situation. And in doing so, with Rusi right beside you, trying to help the best she can, you see her also kind of like struggling in that space. And I think Ryland would likely reach out with his other hand and setting that on Rusi. The two of you feel a little more connected in this moment. And that seems to kind of help you focus yourself and push a little bit further. Go ahead and give me another Constitution save.
Come on, Ryland. 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 Ryland, Ryland, Ryland. Ryland, Ryland, Ryland. Oh, fuck.
It's worse. It's worse. Okay. Pushing against it. It's D4 is not going to save.
We have a D20, but not a D4.
Yeah. A D4 is good when it's like you're within like a point or two, but this is not a DC that is 10. Okay, so you would need to go higher than that.
The group D20 I would vote for using for this because we want our paladin back. Does anybody vote differently?
Go for it, but I'm not rolling it.
Dubs, what do you think?
I don't know. Yeah, you can roll. I don't know.
Okay, well, I hope I roll well and do Irene justice.
Because we can just blame it on you, right?
Yeah, just blame it on me because go ahead.
We're gonna blame it on the dice. Ooh, that's better than both my rolls combined.
Okay, does that help him?
It fucking is.
Holy shit.
Better than both of your rolls combined. Oh my god.
That's more than double both my rolls combined.
Pushing up against it, you start feeling a pain that you haven't quite felt before. It's internal, but it's external. It almost feels like psychic damage, but it's not. And as your hand is trembling, you're still managing to kind of muster up the courage to continue pushing with your faithful Rusi by your side. As you continue, you are inching in. These 3 feet away from the door feels like a mile, but you're able to kind of go through about half of that before you start feeling the pain kind of taking over. Thankfully, because you passed your con save, you only take half damage. And I rolled ass, which is great. So you take 6 points of psychic damage as you are pushing past and towards this. And Flandy, I'm actually going to be leaving you here as you are pushing towards that door. But you're starting to get an idea that you're attempting to reestablish a connection with this. And something is resisting you. But as we leave you here, we'll come back to this you trying to break through. And we're gonna go to the library gang who are just having a nice chill time, just heading on over to the library, which is not an issue for you guys at all. Just walking through the palace. It's such a But yes, you, which is Kemen, and is your mic still attached to you?
No.
Okay. He was making all kinds of old man noises. He was getting up. It's like, did they get to hear all that? All right. Kemen, Valen, and Nurja, you're able to make it to the palace library, no problem. No, while you are here, you do recognize and remember that there are plenty of chairs for you to occupy. There are a few sort of almost lounge kind of situations here as well, but as per usual, it is relatively open. Even though there's a ton of seating, there usually aren't a lot of people here. The librarian, who you have met before, kind of looks up as you enter the room and gives you a quiet wave and then a motion towards the rest of the books as if to say, help yourself. But with you guys here, you're welcome to look up anything you would like.
Valen first.
Valen would. He's gonna look up kind of the history and politics of Waterdeep, specifically in regards to Brachus and what he's gonna be doing.
Marcus.
And then
goddamn. Yeah.
He's also gonna look for like local maps near the docks because he's gonna imagine that the best fisheries are probably there. So he's gonna look for some quality fish and perhaps a magic store as well while he's over there.
Sounds good. Sorry. Go ahead and roll me a history or investigation. Sorry, investigation.
Investigation.
Yeah.
I'm still Gift Jesus, so
that's an advantage.
Advantage.
You really gotta pan out your camera for the stream sometimes because the dub corner action is fucking gold.
I need to leave the dubs corner action. For those who can't or might be watching the stream, there's a like sliver like right around here that is off stream, but in our group chat or our video chat they can see it. And sometimes when I'm streaming, Dubs will abuse that little tiny corner and just stick his face in there and make faces, and that people who are watching the stream can't see it, but everyone else is reacting. So if you see me looking into the corner and others laughing for no reason, Dubs is probably acting a fool. That is a bonkers investigation check. You're able to find all of them very, very quickly.
Excellent.
And then I need Nirja. What are you looking for? And
so Nirja is actually going to specifically look for not for the too much of the religious aspect for Bahamut, but she wants to know if Bahamut has a story before he became a god. What's important to him? Sort of like looking up what kind of person he is, and maybe she's going about it the wrong way, but she just is curious to know if Bahamut, like how to talk to him based on what his story is.
Okay. You also need a investigation check to take a look.
Oh, I have +3.
Kemen is going to do his best. Look around. Hey, good rolls tonight, girl. Woo! Kemen has terrible investigation. Think. Okay.
If he's struggling, can she? Oh, it's too late. Never mind.
He's wandering around. I think genuinely he gets distracted and is just like staring at almost everything before eventually making his way towards the Gif Yankee Slate section. But for Valen specifically, the one that immediately kind of pops out to you are plenty of the fish or fish markets. It seems as though they seem to have almost every kind of fish coming in. If they don't have it due to their saltwater, proximity to the ocean, then many traders bring it in. And to the point where the port section, where much of the travel occurs, has many shops that are right there and ready to sell fish of all kinds. They mention an incredibly long list of fish that I'm sure are going to be interesting to Valen, but not to Nenners. So eels, silverfin, long fins, brownbacks, all kinds like across the gamut fish. You can also start to see why, just in reading some of these things, why he might miss fish if he's from that area, because it is quite a staple of the cuisine. And he's in a nearly landlocked situation now in the middle of a forest that's not really that close to anything. But yeah, you're able to figure that one out.
Just earmark some of the interesting saltwater fish, because I imagine he's probably has some access to freshwater fish. But the saltwater is likely what he's missing. So he'll just grab a few names of what he should be looking out for. And then, just trying to dive into the politics, see what's up with the city. What kind of angles are we looking at? Like what are typical points of conflict, stuff like that. What balconies have tragic fall rates, just things that would, really kind of bring home the landscape.
Netters. Okay. I know that Netters himself probably knows a decent amount about this, but some of this is Valen obviously.
So I don't know your take on it either, so I don't want to by any means.
Oh no, of course, yeah. Like as per usual, there are some things that are adjusted because it's Foozzy Fuzz, but also you got a ridiculous investigation check, which means that you're likely going to dig up things that I think, in terms of in this research, it won't necessarily plainly be written out, but Valen will be able to connect some of the dots with some of them. But you know of the Open Lord, you know of the Lord's Alliance. And you, excuse me, are well aware of the masked lords, which are known to be kind of people who seem to have quite a bit of sway over the city, but in the mask term, they don't seem to be public with it by any means. And in knowing what position that Bakaris was had filled within the city, he would have technically been a masked lord, but he seems to go maskless instead. And through your kind of reading of this situation and what's going on with it, it usually goes through, strangely enough, some kind of vote. But of course, one that takes place only within the elites, the higher ups and such. So whatever he had done, he had to have gotten some kind of favor with them in order to get into that position. But now that he is there, he's doing almost everything to the opposite of what the masked lords typically do. Also, from what you had seen, Bakaris wasn't particularly wasn't wearing an extremely ornate outfit or anything that seemed to be really expensive or really kind of royalty-esque, which a lot of the lords of Waterdeep enjoy showcasing. But instead, it seemed like it was nice enough to pass, and that was more or less good enough for the situation. But he certainly doesn't carry himself like many of the lords that are there. And if he was voted into that space, the only way to get rid of him for the most part is likely his death.
Tragic that would be. He will mark that down as well. Yeah, he's pretty happy with that information. I think this is supposed to be his relatively quick rest, right? Like a short rest. So I'm not gonna go too ham on research topics. But thank you. Both he and Anderson made note of it, so good.
Yeah. But the brief thing for the shops, I think you would notice, is that the Watchful Order has been kind of cracking down on some of the magic items and magic shops around there. So it might need to be either a little more underground, or you might need to find a place that is very much watched over by the lords in the city, to the point where they will likely know exactly what you purchase and perhaps get some documentation from you for it.
All right. So locally sourced assassination tools out of the op. But
jeez, the thing that you have in your way, though, I mean, not in your way, in your corner, is kind of helping you in a benefit, is that the Watchful Order was where you did a little bit of your study between difficult terrain seasons. So you do have 2 contacts there, one of which actually made friends with Ryland as well. But the 2 of you made some contacts while Valen was studying there for a little bit of time. So if they are cracking down on some stuff, you at least have... Hi, Cat.
Yay! Kitty.
He's like,
so cute.
I'm sure there was a jumping motion, but it really looked like he just elevator catted into the like there was nothing that showed he was jumping into frame. Are you? No, corner dubs. Do what you do best. But yeah, you thankfully have a contact, but they seem to be curious about some of the, or cracking down on some of the magic items in the area. Excuse me. Yeah,
all right, somebody who can help me hide the bodies. Got it. All right, so we're good. We got everything that we need.
Oh boy, yep.
He doesn't need to hide. He's got his body bag of holding, but the all right, we got everything. Food. Okay, yeah. I think he's well educated. He's just gonna chew on the politics book some more, see if there's anything that he thinks he could leverage or use to his favor. But that this guy's kind of a maverick.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of already plays to his plan, but yeah, no, he's good. He's good.
Oh no, something happened to him. No, okay, anyway. But yeah, you're doing that. And then we'll hop over to Nirja, who's looking up some things about Bahamut, and more or less kind of his pre-deity kind of situation. Which thankfully you did get a nat 20 on that. So incredible roll. Also, my throat is doing funny things, so pardon me as I drink water. I'm trying so hard not to cough. I'm going to mute real quick. Hold on.
I totally understand.
I think it's because we got these, like, I guess they're like the healthy version of Snickers, and we were trying them out because we got them from Whole Foods. If it's fucking peanut caramel, it's very delicious. But I don't know. I think I swallowed one of the peanuts weird, and it got like.
Oh, it's lodged.
Yeah, and I'm still kind of
you have to chew the peanut before you swallow it, okay?
Listen, chewing is a brand new thing for all of us, okay? We only got used to chewing the other day. Oh, shit.
Okay, I'm not dead. Don't worry.
Good job, Suze.
All right, I feel better. That feels better. Sorry about that. Okay. So right, we're going mostly into how he was before he was a god and such, and how that looked like. But interestingly enough, Bahamut is, well, not interestingly enough, a lot of the times most gods seem to be just that from the start. Mm-hmm. Very few of them are ascend in any kind of way or make any kind of jump in power from one thing to godlike levels. But for him in particular, there's a lot of speculation that maybe he was just born that way, or perhaps he ascended so long ago that no one's really sure how or what that even looked like. There's a lot of conflicting stories you're getting, where there's plenty of scholars who are convinced they have proof that he ascended in some way. But a lot of the artifacts or things that they have found are so old and deteriorating that it doesn't quite hold up to scrutiny. And it could have been anything. But in terms of how he was before, because he's so old, there's not a lot of information on that you can find, at least. Or at least nothing that I think Nirja would find is credible. It's just sort of loose and all over the place.
Awesome. Great.
Yeah. Exactly. And also, you're starting to realize that, like, the books that you're looking at, there are so many that detail a lot about Bahamut, but it is very much from that of someone who might be interested in worshipping, or someone who is already worshipping and just kind of wants more details on what that entails, or like what he expects from people. Not a lot of people are interested in the god for the sense of where did he come from and what's he like. it's almost more like, do our goals align, and therefore is this a good pick for me kind of situation. Also, hi Maya, I saw Maya in chat. How you doing, girl? It's God Beline. It's absolutely God Beline. And earlier we said there was Man Beline for the eyes. But yeah, no, it's good. But he has a very long and drawn out history. But from what you are able to make out, and it's not necessarily about like who he was before any kind of whatever, you just are able to read about how he's a very, not quite stoic, but he's stern, and he disapproves of all types of evil. And he doesn't have any kind of excuse for allowing evil acts. A part of this is almost reminding you a little bit of Kandara from what you've heard, in the sense of like, if someone does a bad thing, they just gotta go. Or not necessarily that they gotta die, but like there's no excusing it, like no matter what that is. Like there's no forgiveness. He kind of holds everyone, especially people who worship him, to pretty high standards of like, you need to be as good and as righteous as possible. And despite all of this, though, he is very compassionate. He doesn't necessarily accept the wrongs that have been done, but he accepts sort of like the people, so to speak, if they do something wrong. He often hold on 1 second, pardon me. Okay, yeah, I thought so. He often champions those who find themselves those who are righteous and just and are attempting to protect those who need the protection. He's also very much known to be wise and knowledgeable, and he also is a bit of not a bard per se, but he does enjoy song very much as well. That is something that, in terms of his personality, and you're also finding in this book that there are numerous songs and hymns that are dedicated to him, and as part of his worship is to be someone who partakes in such music.
So can we go back to one point that you mentioned previously? Sure. So he has some compassion and will protect the just and the righteous, and will support those who have been wronged. Did I hear you that correctly?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is there, because that doesn't really sit right with Nirja, so is there any kind of, I guess, for those who want redemption or want to do the right thing in spite of what they did, is there any kind of wiggle room when it comes to that?
Yeah, because again, he's more like, it's more as though he disapproves of the sins, not the person. So it's like, if they do something wrong, then he's not happy about it, but he is compassionate enough to be like, you're still a person necessarily. And of course, as long as it's not a malicious kind of like an evil person doing evil things because they want to, if they start feeling as though they need to find change, then he is compassionate to that. Or if they don't want to keep doing the same thing. But if someone's just terrible outright and they continue to be terrible, then he has no compassion for them at all.
Okay. So, and the next thing is, so he likes songs and hymns. Can Nirja like write down or can Nirja like sort of hum the tune to Brophy's song and try and see if it matches up to any of the hymns that she sees in the book?
That is such a, from someone who's not educated with music, I don't think Nirja would be able to piece that together, unfortunately. I think. All right.
I mean, like just going off of some of the military music that she's used to, plus the fact that she is used to Irene singing Brophy's song all the time. She's just like trying to find some hymns and whatnot that sort of are close, I guess, some words that sort of match the beat. I don't know.
All right. This I think kind of goes a little bit almost towards like insight. So go ahead and roll me insight.
Oh, okay. Great. Thank you.
Woo! Again, back-to-back 20s. This girl is ready. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Incredibly. Looking over all the songs, there's nothing that is similar from what you can tell. A lot of them are kind of meant to be kind of slower, meant to be kind of calm and relaxing. And it's interesting seeing especially after everything you've read. He loves champions of justice and of righteousness, people who are willing to be violent in order to save other people, of course, or like get them in a better place, of course. But these songs are pretty calming. There's something to them that doesn't feel like it's meant to be particularly upbeat. Instead, it's almost meditative in some ways. So it doesn't quite fit the song of Brophy as you've heard before, which is almost more of celebration as opposed to this, which is more of like find peace and find calm.
Okay. She's gonna copy down some of those, because if they're meant to be contemplative and meditative, then she's gonna try and see if she can use some of those, and maybe the god can help her out with some of her calming issues.
Sure.
In addition to the pipe weave. Thank you.
Just the particular, like the word, her calming issues.
Calming
issues. Oh, jeez. I hear you.
So she's gonna do that, and I don't know how long that's going to take, or if she can, get a copy of one of the pages or something like that. But because I know there ain't no Xeroxes in this library. So but she also wants to find a very quiet place somewhere in the library where she won't disturb anyone, to see if she can talk to Trinus, since she's been calmed by Aksa.
Sure. You would have to copy down the page on your own, so you don't have to sit and handwrite that. But it's not terribly long. It's not like you're copying down pages of a novel kind of things. They're songs, so it doesn't take too much time. And you did get an amazing investigation to find it in the first place, so you probably are able to kind of like figure that all out and get that done within like a half hour, maybe 45 minutes or so.
Okay.
And the short rest that everyone will be likely taking in this time is about an hour. So you still have time to kind of reach out to Trinus if you would like.
Okay.
As well.
Yes, so she would like to, and she's going to start out by saying,
okay, hold on, sorry. I was gonna, actually, never mind. He's not even here. Never mind. I was gonna say we're gonna hop back to Ryland and then come back to this. The camera moving into place. Oh gosh. All right. Well, Flan, you're gonna have to wait until after the break now. So take you're good. But go ahead.
So she's going to say, hold the gem and try and see if she can look directly into Trinus's eyes. And
you know that you can't see them unless you have a invisibility viewing thing.
Oh, I thought if we held on to the gem. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, in certain situations, yes, but you are also aware that like you're in a palace with a lot of anti-magic stuff going on. So you cannot make eye contact with her, but you're of course able to connect with her and feel her presence if you're holding on to her, so you still get that.
So she's going to say, Trinus, thank you so much for your help. I want to apologize for being so short with you and not very warm with you, and for asking for your help without getting to know you very well. That was wrong of me. And I am not really the best person to live with at the moment. So I would love to give you an opportunity to speak your mind and speak your piece and tell me what you would like to do. And what would you like from me?
All right, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
Just gonna make bad sounds.
What the I'm not complaining, but what is happening?
Record.
What? I have never in my life seen this many nat 20s from a person in a row. That's 3 in a row. That's 3 in a row.
4. Okay. 4 total.
4?
Holy shit.
Oh,
yeah. 4 total, but 3 in a row.
Oh my god.
My goodness. Prepare the letter. What letter? Is there a high rollers club that I don't
know? there is now. Fucking Bagley's the queen.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Joe. That's permanent expulsion from the LWC.
Yeah, sorry,
She's ever
guys.
been in here, right? Like, holy shit.
Can I say hi? Can I just come and say hi at the meetings every so often?
You don't. Unfortunately,
Oh, to the Low Roller Club. I was like, what are you talking about?
Your actions in
give
game
some motivational speeches.
I know. I
don't
feel
align with our
mean, though, 'cause
values.
It's just like I understand that y'all are sucking up, but let me just come here and remind you of how cool I am. But there's a bit of a pause, and a part of you almost feels like maybe it fell on deaf ears. Like she's able to listen to you, of course, but it's fully up to her. She has her own autonomy whether she's going to answer. And I think something in Nurja understands that doesn't mean to keep talking. That doesn't mean the talk is over. It just means she needed a moment to collect her thoughts. And when she finally does speak again, you start hearing, I miss my tribe. I know they would bicker and fight, but we learned to resolve things because all we had was each other. I think what I miss most is camaraderie. And while I don't feel that with you, I see that with your team.
Nirja understands that Trinus needs to speak, so she's going to be as quiet as possible to just let her speak. On. Can you tell me about your tribe?
He did roll a nat 20, but you will have to roll another one. Not another nat 20. You just need to roll another persuasion check for this.
You need another nat 20.
You need another nat 20. No, you do not. You do not.
Oh my god.
4 in a row or bust.
Oh my god. There it is.
Why was that so like, like, what if it's another 20? Okay. You hear her hesitate, and it's not because you said the wrong thing or something, but after a little bit, again, you give her the time to flesh out what she needs to say. And when it comes out, it's, I don't want to feel their loss right now.
I'm sorry I asked. I apologize. I'm so sorry that you feel that way. What can I do for you to help you feel better?
There's not a lot that can be done for me here, but as I said, I miss the feeling of a family or of a team. So please spend time around your friends. Enjoy them.
I absolutely will. And may I ask, have you been able to speak to Kelren? Can he keep you or give you some company, or has he been busy?
I believe the king acknowledged me and seemed very busy. We've kept to our separate places.
Why don't I, if with your permission, if this is what you want, why don't I speak to him and request that when he does have time, if he does have time, that's also sort of my fault, to speak with you a little bit more. Would that help?
You feel apprehension kind of building up in her. No, if something builds, I would like for it to be natural. If he asks for me, then yes. Oh, hello! Old Man Garrus rated us. Hello!
Hey!
Happy Saturday! Oh my gosh!
Hey guys!
Landy, I can't see you, but you better be typing. Thank you. There it is. Shout out to Old Man Garrus. Thank you very much.
I'm not muted, and I forgot that I wasn't, so I was like making faces at you while I was typing.
And Also, thank you very much for the follow, as well as the raid. Olga Garris is awesome. Thank you for dropping by the last few times that you've been here. And then also thank you so much for the raid as well.
Yeah. Welcome in, everybody.
I was yapping so much I didn't actually get to see what you were playing with the shout out. What were you playing? Oh, you were playing Dungeons and Dragons. Awesome. How was your stream? I hope it was great. The group is split up. Half of them are in the library having a good time, and then the other half are doing some soul searching and taking some psychic damage. So, that's what's happening here. But I hope your stream was awesome. And again, thank you so much for dropping in. Psychic damage is all fun. I agree. It's one of the few things that most people are not resistant to, which is also interesting. Anyway, back into Yurja is currently communing with a gem that has the soul of a stone giant in it. And she's very melancholy, but they're having a conversation at the moment. But you suggested her conversing with the Elven King that resides in your weapon. But she was not particularly comfortable with that idea.
Okay, yeah, and Nirja completely understands her logic and rationale. So, Foos, can Nirja piece together that Trinus, would want to hear a story about her family when she was growing up? Would that make her feel better, or would that make her sad?
Oh, insight check.
Here we go, guys. Just so you know, my insight is not amazing.
Not great.
It's 0. And yep, there it is. Ooh. There we go. From the 20s to single digits.
Yeah, you guys missed, but she rolled 3 nat 20s in a row. Actually, I think the rolls are still visible. Yeah. The investigation, insight, and persuasion. 20. Incredible. You're not sure. You do think that some kind of conversation regarding camaraderie, as she mentioned that she kind of misses, would help, but you're not sure exactly what.
Okay.
20 or bust. There's no middle ground. 100%.
Yes. So she's going to say with this not being very sure for her, so she's going to get up and she's going to try and find Kemen and see if she can help him and chat with him and try and have a conversation.
I think just because you were planning on telling a story, this is kind of like hard to navigate because you did roll a 6 insight.
Yeah,
I think you would you felt the compelled to tell a story.
Yes.
You just weren't sure what kind to tell. So I don't think this low insight would make you not tell a story. You just not sure what kind to tell.
Okay, got it. Bye, Maya.
Feel better, Maya.
Feel better.
Yeah, Maya.
So Nirja is gonna what was the last thing Trinus said? The last thing Trinus said was she misses the feeling of a family and a team. Okay. So Nirja is going to just sort of get comfortable for a minute and say, I have a little sister, and I miss her a lot. I remember when she would have some trouble with some of her letters, and I would go and help her and do some of her writing for her. When we both were growing up. She's not too much younger than I am, but we're very close, and I haven't seen her in a very long time.
The story kind of hangs in the air, and you're getting used to maybe it's the stone giant nature. You've never met one before her, or maybe it's just the mindset that she's in. But every time you finish speaking, there's a healthy pause. it's almost uncomfortable considering the blabbermouths that you hang out with, and how quickly you converse or even argue between each other. But with her, it's just you say something, and then it's just like air. It's just silence. It just sits until you don't hear it, and you don't even see it because at the moment you can't see her due to the anti-magic environment that you are in. but in your connection, you can tell that she's just gently weeping at the moment, but not saying anything.
Does she know that she did the wrong thing?
She doesn't know.
You can't quite tell. I mean, it could be crying from anything. Give me another insight check to see if you can.
Oh my god! What did I do?
Oh,
Well, that was her last one.
Oh,
Come
sorry,
on.
wrong one. I'm sorry.
Well, we just minus a 1. Okay, so it's a 10. It's a 10. Because your insight bonus is a 0, so it's just minus 1. Yeah, it's a little hard to tell why. It doesn't. You don't feel anger in your direction, though. It doesn't feel as though she's like, why the fuck did you have to mention this story or anything like that. It's hard to make out why, but she's certainly remembering something, most likely. That this likely triggered something that you weren't anticipating.
Well, she's going to finish telling the story, and she's going to say, and one night, because our mother is our tutor, that's part of Dragonborn Society, and one night, I saw our mother go through both of our homework, and I think she started to realize that I was helping Carnix with her work. And the following day, she comes to both Carnix and me and shows the work. And she said, "Whose is whose?" And we both sat there sweating for a very good minute. And I, at one point, couldn't tell at all the difference between the two because they look so similar, and I couldn't remember which one I had done recently. And I wasn't ready for my mother to just start yelling at me and having a tirade. So I had no choice. I had to pick one. And apparently I picked correctly. And my mother never found out, but we definitely laughed about it later. It was just one of those things that just squeaked by us when we were kids.
You feel again the weeping continues, but eventually the voice continues or pipes up. Why did you leave?
Well, when Dragonborn come of age, they go, well, at least in our family, we go into active duty, into the military, and it was my turn to rise through the ranks, become a captain. I think that's the word. And Carnix had to make her own way.
I thought I was going to sneeze and I didn't, so sorry about that. Okay, we're good. It's been happening to me more often lately. But you feel acceptance with the story that you have told, and that she was listening intently the entire time. But you also recognize that it feels as though her social quota has been worked out at the moment. Like she's probably full on her ability to respond. And it's, again, you're not feeling any negative feeling towards it. It just feels like she's kind of like, that's enough for me. I'm just gonna relax now.
I have another story that's a little more funny, involving a frog, if you're interested.
Let me tell you about the frogs.
Frog in my mother's teapot.
With you telling stories to her, I think this is probably a good time for us to take our break. Just so we can kind of like get up, stretch our legs, do whatever we need to do.
Yes.
But my goodness, adorable. Fucking incredible rolls. I'm quite sure Vogley has broken the record for us. I don't think we've ever had a person break 3 nat 20s back to back to back.
Man,
nuts.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of in awe. Okay,
yeah,
so we're gonna go take our break. It'll be about 10 minutes. It's 10:35 for us now, so we'll be back at 10:45. And we'll come back to Ryland taking psychic damage. It's essentially what we're gonna be doing. So we'll be back. Thanks for hanging out again. And see you soon. Bye. And thank you for putting the be back at time thing, because that's always very
I was about to say I was supposed to go do something and I forgot to do it because they said I was gonna do it once we got all the fucking bits or whatever the fuck. So I probably need to BRB again to go get that thing to do that thing, but we can carry on for now, I guess. I'll get it on the next library.
Flandy did a hair thing and I had to make sure we got it on, so I 3, 2, 1 lived him real quick and there. Jeez, who is this man?
I'm gonna sing an emo song. Why'd you leave me on the counter?
Oh my god, it's weird. I like genuinely, if someone took a picture of you like this and I saw a tiny thumbnail of it, I don't know if I'd recognize you, to be honest.
Like, Dad, stop doing your hair and pet me.
Yeah, your cat's like, give me attention, please.
Hello.
Oh my gosh. What?
He's playing the piano.
Oh,
I need a haircut really bad.
Did you say the key?
That's why we were talking about Dubs' hair. I was like, mine's not nearly as long as Dubs, but I need one too.
Yeah,
Oh, God, what's
yeah.
going on here?
What? Did you hear him?
Who has the longest hair
I did
here
not.
right now?
Who does?
Foos. Foos has the longest hair right now
Oh,
here.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Always.
I don't know if it's a competition right now, but yeah.
It's not a competition. I'm just saying, stating fact.
It's never
No,
been
that
the
cracks me
case.
up. Yeah, yeah.
I can't
I
compete.
don't know if I've seen.
It's too much.
I'm playing
I
cat
don't know if
pianos.
I've seen my stretch. You.
Oh, the piano ran away.
The piano ran away.
Welcome to our energy, folks.
It sprouted
Welcome.
legs and ran. Yeah, no, we're having a good time here.
We
Happy
are having
Saturday,
a
everybody.
good time.
We are hopping back into the story. We, as mentioned, the team had split up into two, with Nirja, Kemen, and Valen chilling in a library, and Irene and Cotrono and Ryland in visiting the soul healer Sivir, who is currently trying to explore why. Yeah, that is just right in the. Oh my god! Who are currently exploring the depths of Ryland's inner being. They're trying to kind of find out why, after the party, he seems to be disconnected from his paladin abilities, as well as from his goddess a little bit. So he is. We don't.
Get your face out of my drink, sir.
Oh my god!
You just
Ryland
want to
Be
do it.
extra today.
Ryland is fighting on his head. But we're hopping back into Ryland exploring sort of the inner bits of himself. That tail was adorable. But you find yourself at a door that seems to have been locked. Sivir did warn you that if you pushed on further, it would likely cause you pain. You braced for impact and continued on, and did suffer some psychic damage, but are starting
Just kidding,
to
I'm
uncover
actually
a little bit about yourself. Can you imagine? You go to the soul healer, you come back with like 1 hit point, and Valen's like, "What the fuck did you do?"
We're in the pyramid.
Yeah, we are in the pyramid. I left you alone for a second. You went to see a soul healer and you came back worse. What is
I
happening?
think that is the running like tally for Ryland.
Actually, that's the running tally for the team, right?
What?
Well, because I mean, every time you guys have seen Sivir, I think you've gone into like Nirja's mind and come out with less hit points. So I think that's what happens for the most part. But
Yeah. I don't
right,
think he's had a soul healing incident where he's. Buddy, what are you doing?
Also, I'm going to
Buddy.
be stealing some bites of ice cream as we go because it's melting
Loki.
and I don't want it to melt. So don't mind
Loki.
me as I have some
What
ice
are you
cream.
doing?
Have
sir?
Dubs gangster DM and give us all the
What are you
stats. I mean, and just work with
What
the team.
stats of Sivir? We're like, we're gonna gang Sivir. He's the only one. I have like Trinus, Kemen, Aksa, and Sivir's character sheets.
Weird. It says in these notes that Ryland will never be a paladin again. That's fucked up, Foos.
That's fucked. No, you're good. But in the space and reaching towards this door, your cat
Oh
is
my god.
killing me right now.
What a unit.
Hello, why are your hands
What
up?
a units.
Absolute unit. Okay.
He's a
Ryland,
mouse
as you
killer, man.
are.
That guy's great. I'm sorry. Shut up.
No, you're good.
No,
As you're
that's true, that's
pushing
true.
forward.
Loki Slayer.
As
of mice.
you as you feel this hesitation, I guess, how do you think Ryland would proceed in terms of attempting to find out more? You kind of did your like Arcana check in a way of trying to see what, like, an academic way of approaching this, but you're noticing that it does seem to be a manipulation of Ryland in some way. So how do you think he would approach trying to push forward?
After like not failing, but after like the Valen scientific method way not working, and seeing just like the harsh pushing through and the information that he's got so far, I think Ryland's going to take it from an emotional aspect at this point. Okay, we're done. Okay, bye. And I think he's just going to kind of, I think he's going to channel reconnecting to the whole, like, when he met Rusi, when he first met Unicorn Lady, how, like, he was feeling when he met her, and how, like, she turned things around for him in some ways. And I think he's just channeling that emotional energy of, like, I want my friend back. I don't care what I have to go through, but I will fucking push until I can.
All right.
Fighting for a friend.
Ooh, I love this this method of checking it out. I was gonna give you a choice, but I feel like I already know which one you would probably choose. But go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw as you work your way through this.
Why am I so nervous about rolling lately?
I don't know. You're okay. It's all right. Why she rolled that one as I'm like, it's fine.
You're fine.
Don't worry about it.
See,
All
you're
right.
good.
I like it.
Why was I nervous too?
That's what it's been lately. I look at my bonuses and I'm like, oh, that's a double digit. Wait a minute.
Yeah. That's a double digit, which means I'm going to get a nat 1 and B12. But you are doing exactly as you described. You're kind of reaching for it on an emotional level, trying to connect with those memories. And Ryland, you are starting to kind of get confused as you're going through these memories. You know how you met Rusi, but this memory feels different. Instead of her kind of finding you and looking over you for some time and making the attempt to catch your attention and make connection that way, instead it looks like you grew up with her instead, that she was a part of the village for a little bit, that she was just a friendly companion around the area. And then you're also starting to remember in meeting with Myliki for the first few times as you were making connection with your goddess, and what that looked like, and that you were apprehensive because you didn't have good relationships with them, or you didn't like the idea of it. Hey, Evie gave Vogley a D4. But that seems twisted now too. It feels like you had always been a part of that, or that something changed along the way and you specifically sought Myliki. And it's enough for you to start picking up that you know what your memories are. These are not them. These feel implanted or something. It feels like maybe something was trying to twist your memories. And in doing so, has twisted part of you, which has kind of disconnected you in a strange way. It hasn't fully set in, but you understand that you are struggling right now to make sure that the correct memories settle in place and that you don't lose your connection to either. Because if the incorrect ones settle in, you might not be the same Ryland. And this is all because you rolled an incredible save. The DC was not that high, so you're getting quite a bit from this as you're exploring yourself. This manipulation is beyond the arcane, which is kind of what Sevier suggested. But you hear him speaking through your connection again. This is soul manipulation.
Would Ryland, so I think Flandy figured it out. Would Ryland be able, with the information that he got, seeing the altered versions, like I don't know if he knows exactly if it's multiversal or if it's like what ifs or whatnot, but like, would he be able to determine that that's probably what happened here? Is he got entwined with a version of himself that didn't become a paladin?
You are starting to realize that the versions you saw of yourself, strangely enough, I think this is kind of coming together for Ryland because of your speciality and because of like being a paladin, you have vague ideas of religion or like kind of what happens with souls and everything. This is clicking because you're not thinking about it from an academic standpoint. You're thinking about it from an emotional standpoint, weirdly enough, because that's what this was kind of tying into. You're not fully sure, but from what Ryland is able to hypothesize, you and whoever else participated in those games were likely a linchpin for Mirtiswa to possibly reach out to other versions of yourself. And in doing so, the two of you had the possibility of becoming a tangled mess. And your soul likely got entangled with the soul that you briefly saw. The sort of broken Ryland that you met for just a moment. I like how high you're holding the book up. Just get it in there.
All right, so Ryland's a fucking dummy sometimes.
Sometimes. Not always. Mm-hmm.
So I think Ryland, as he's trying to figure this out, I think he's gonna kind of, if he has time to reflect with Severe, he'll kind of just. I think this is what these overlaps of the other me's he was showing us, and perhaps even manipulating them himself. Do you think I can use this to potentially look at some of the individuals I met, or some of the me's?
That sounds dangerous and unclear. I would not recommend it.
Okay, that just saved him from a wisdom saving roll for himself. I'll explain more on that later.
If the soul expert is like, I don't think that's a good idea.
So with that being said, I think Ryland, especially like with the like seeing all the stuff, I think he's gonna try and like start trying to set the record straight, and he's gonna look for like when he's remembering the Rusi encounter, like he's gonna start trying to search for one that looks like he's thinking in his head and trying to replay to the best of his ability how he remembers actually meeting Rusi, and hopefully channeling what he saw with I can't think of her name right now. I keep wanting to say Concha, but that's not her.
Talona?
Nope.
Wait, who you're seeing with who?
The king's guard.
That is Kanja. The guard.
Jabali.
Oh, you mean Jabali? Jabali.
I got it. I did it before you did. I did it.
She's not like a guard. I know what you mean now. Yeah. That's why my brain was like, that's not a guard. That's why I was like, who are you talking about?
I was thinking guard is like guardian, like.
But you're kind of not wrong, but
yeah. The he's channeling like the memories that he was able to see of Rusi through her, and he's, I guess, I don't know if there's like multiple versions that he's seeing floating around or what, but at the very least, he's trying to at least set the record straight. I'm just gonna say one more at least because I feel like I said a lot of them. So there you go. At least.
In doing so, you find yourself kind of unraveling these memories and trying to fix them, and it is a bizarre feat that you have never attempted before. Trying to force a memory to yourself and trying to forget another, or at least trying to firmly set things right in your own mind is a new thing, and it is tough, but it's not impossible. We will need you to do the saving throw that got you into this situation in the first place.
Oh no! Oh no!
Which is, I do need an intelligence saving throw, as you are battling with the other half of yourself that is breaking the flow of Ryland.
Say what?
Kit, if you're watching this, I need you to give me the good prayer. I'll give you a couple seconds to recite it. I know it doesn't take you very long, but I'm procrastinating just to make sure that you really get a good one in, because this is really going to be needed. And yes, I'm done.
Pray like Flandy needs it, because somebody he's in the chat. He's there.
Yes, you sent me all the way up. Can't you? You're the best.
Can't we love you,
We
man?
love you, man. You're the best.
You are absolutely the best.
Here we go. I'm not looking.
It was a very good roll.
Does he need more?
That's a very good roll.
Thank you, Buckley.
Does he need more? You know what? I'm using my D4. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Even if it's one. I'm doing it more. More. Go.
Yeah! Thanks, Buckley.
One more. There.
Does he need Mo?
He does need Mo.
Oh God, is it 25 again?
He does need Mo.
No!
Yeah!
I gave him Mo.
How much more? Does he need more?
With your friend's efforts, you're recalling very specific memories when you're trying to set this straight, but there's just a moment in which your comrades kind of float into your mind for a moment. And especially the one who was real pissed about being there in the first place. Seems to come through with authority. But I do need another Constitution saving throw, as you are putting your mind through quite the exercise and the struggle.
Oh, okay. Dubs,
look,
you're
hold on.
20.
This is fine. This is damage. We can do damage all day long. It's the
Why
smart
do you
stuff we gotta
suck
get
at
through.
con saves? You're a paladin. How is this a thing?
He always sucks at them. Oh my God.
Do me a favor. Your next feet. Get resilient, get Constitution, and stop giving us fucking heartbreak rolls over here. This is Dookie all day long.
I mean, she did. The team already rolled it. The only inspiration left is Dubs's. His D20, that is. But what? He's gonna take some more psychic damage. And this was just
fine.
Yeah, Flandy does not want you to use it. But
save it for the shit that matters. I can take a whooping.
He can take a decent amount of damage. But to not put it in wonderful terms, it is excruciating as you do this. It is so confusing and difficult for your mind and your body. Like, Rylan doesn't fully understand what he's doing, but Sevier is watching you stitch together pieces of your soul and expel others. So as you continue to push towards this door, those memories are all kind of conflicting, but you are focused. And you see that statue version of yourself for just a moment again, as you are reaching for that door. And it looks at you almost melancholy in this space, but it doesn't stop you. But as it kind of pulls away, you watch as what looks like very long, slim, white fingers curl over the statue and just kind of pull it back into the darkness until it disappears fully. You can get out of here, thank you very much. And you are finally able to reach for the door. The moment you make connection with the door, you are racked with psychic damage. But you push through.
Oh!
You push through.
Foozca, you just want to use one of your D4s to like reduce that a little bit,
And collapse. As I rolled bonkers well. It's twice as much damage. It was 3d12 before this one, because it was the second step is 6d12, but I rolled an 8, 11, 10, 6, 12, 12.
Hey, you said this is arcane, right? You said it was arcane? It's definitely arcane, right? 100%? Does this count as a spell? Maybe we need some protection up in here. Also don't forget he's powerful. It built so.
Oh my god! It sadly does not count as a spell. You already failed your saving throw. Your powerful build is not going to help you here. Ryland stepped into this with 57 hit points.
Oh my god!
He just took 59 points of damage. To your horror, Codrono, who's standing next to me because he filled my water again. Thank you. I just drank all of your water. It's empty. Thank you.
That's like 3 gallons of water in one stream.
No, mine is 20 ounces, and then his is 24. So I've had 44 ounces of water since we started.
My teapot is 40 ounces.
Hydrate. Here we go.
How many ounces in a gallon?
I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. Is it 64?
128.
He's off in the distance. Yeah, remember that bit that he's supposed to be a soul healer?
Yeah, did your boy ever go to therapy and come back dead? Because that's what happened right now.
You got dubs with that one.
So in conclusion, CVR is a bad therapist.
So I do want to say, for flavor's sake,
we're supposed to be short resting. The hit points go the other way.
Emotional damage, absolutely. Well, hold on. There's a couple things happening. We're laughing so hard that I'm not able to finish the scene. I'm having a great time. I don't want to interrupt. But go ahead. Yeah.
I did want to say, for flavor's sake, I was actually, when he talked to Severe, that was part of his check of he was gonna see if him rectifying the record, if you will, was going to fuck over the other versions, because he wouldn't want to necessarily do that. He'd want to try and even it out, but him saying I don't think that's a good idea, kind of pushing through. So I feel like for him, that's probably a good portion of this damage that's coming through, is seeing the sad Ryland kind of go bye-bye. It was
oh, this is spicy flavored. It is. But to Irene and Codrono's surprise, they're able to watch this whole scene. They see you push and struggle and then push on through. They're able to hear Severe the whole time. But the second your hand makes contact with that door and your sort of stony self gets pulled away and disappears, everyone is disconnected from this memory immediately. And as that happens, you're unconscious. So unfortunately, this is a disadvantage. But please roll me a wisdom saving throw, and then I need one from Codrono and Irene as well.
This is an auto-fail? I have a chance?
It's not an auto-fail. No, it's not an auto-fail, but you have a chance. Maya, I do believe, or not Maya, Vogly. Actually, Maya's in chat. Maya, can you roll me a d20 in Twitch chat?
Very good. I only rolled a 6 and a 7. Disadvantage.
Okay. It's not terrible. Sorry. Yeah. I'm gonna type how you do it again just in case you forgot, but it's that exclamation point dice 20. Go ahead and roll me one so I can add Irene's bonus to it, which I don't think is the best. Oh shit, she rolled an 8.
Yeah, girl. Irene, roll great.
Maya is thankfully here. So with an 18, your wisdom,
one, right?
Yeah, it is +1. You would normally get a +5 from Ryland, but he's unconscious.
Yeah.
So you can't give her the bonus. And then Dubs, when you get back, please roll me a wisdom saving throw. But as all of this is happening, everyone's sort of disconnected. Ryland, unfortunately, you don't hear this, but Irene and Codrono, you hear kind of a strained Severe, almost as though he's kind of picking up the weight of what is happening. And just sort of trying to redirect you, but you hear, hold on, as he manages to, he's fine. He's totally fine. As he manages to kind of pull you away from this. And in that moment, both Codrono and Irene, for a second, you would all start feeling Ryland's memories, but feeling almost as if you were them or you were him. You were experiencing the memories as if you were Ryland, as if they were yours. There's nearly a sort of mind entanglement that was threatening to rise here, but Severe does manage to pull you out in time, and also the two of you managed to keep your wits about you. Had you failed, there were elements of Ryland's personality that might have stuck with you guys a little bit longer than you would have intended.
Oh, joy!
Why can't I smite now?
That's strange. I want to be mad, but I'm just thinking about dogs. But he manages to get you out. And Ryland, it was a group check, so it was a matter of what the bonus was up to or what the total was up to. Yeah. And even though you did roll 12, the rest of the team, especially Kodrono, did some heavy lifting. Kodrono and Irene, you both come to in Sevir's sanctuary with a few of the guards that Kodrono spotted before stepping forward, not in aggression, but just checking in on what's going on. Because as you come to, Ryland is unconscious on the floor. His hand still, one hand still in Sevir's, the other hand still in Kodrono's, but he is unconscious. And you can see that Sevir is kind of reaching forward to start casting something. But you are all safely evicted from his mind.
The only time you want to be evicted.
Yeah, memory is done. But he's going to cast Cure Wounds on you.
Why does your stress do AoE damage?
That's the question. That is absolutely the question.
I love that so much. That's hilarious.
Right now.
Oh my god. Okay. He's just gonna cast it at regular level for you. Okay, not bad. So you heal 17 points. You don't have to. She gave Irene PTSD, remember? I didn't. You're fine. Don't worry. Everything's fine. But you come back with 12 hit points, and you see CV kind of retracting back into his seat, just looking over you.
Did we do it, Rusi?
You don't hear Rusi anymore. But
that's Ryland, I imagine, is coming back to.
Okay, yeah. But you don't hear her at the moment, just from what you see. But your teammates are around you, and CV is kind of not terribly worried, but looking a little more relieved that you're speaking and conscious.
Not dead.
It looked real bad on my reputation if one of the heroes of the city came in for a quick meeting and he died.
I only have one death in my record. It was one of the preventers, all the shit that they did. I killed.
But they die like every week. It's not even weird anymore. But you come back and see his glowing golden eyes looking over you. I do believe you did it. How do you feel?
How does he feel?
Feel good.
Feels good.
You feel as though that affliction has passed. You fully feel your typical abilities coming back to you. Your aura is steady, and your connection to Myliki is there. Once again.
All right, Foos, hit him with the bad news. How long does he have exhaustion for?
But you have no kneecaps. No, you're good. You don't feel anything else.
That's his weak spot. It does double damage if they hit his knees.
No, but you feel good.
Better. A little sad, but also happy.
I have never seen such a entanglement before. This is something that we would likely have to monitor. You managed to piece things together, but as you can see, he kind of motions towards your. Have you sat up, or are you still just like laid out?
He's still wherever he was. He hasn't tried to move yet. I think there's like a level of elated, like that the connection's back, and he like there's nothing blocking his friendship, but also like there's a melancholy as well, where it's like, but all these people, like all the different versions that he could have maybe helped, but probably not, because he knows he's not smart enough or capable of helping, but he wants to.
Can't make that connection, yeah. But he seems to watch you as you say this and then nod. Okay. This was a victory. You must at least know that. And I do believe you will be all the fucking quotes to pull up.
Oh my god.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Nenners,
Yes.
if you weren't such a rapscallion, we wouldn't have such quotes in our quote bank. Oh my god.
You're welcome. You're welcome. How can I help? I'm here all day.
Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Focused. We're here. We got it. Don't get stressed around them. Yeah, pretty much. But I also imagine that your companions have encountered something similar. If they have come through unmarred, I would be surprised. And what I saw in there, what reclaimed that part of your souls that you detached yourself from, likely gets to manipulate that piece, or at least keep it in some way. I don't think that leaves our world.
Has he seen the fingers before?
I think you have.
What a question.
Shut up,
Stop. Well, give me a history check. I'm not dealing with you children right now.
He's also going off of the digits protracted part. Like,
That's
I don't
what
know
I'm saying. Yeah, give me a history check.
No, we're good. What?
Quote 10. It was only 10. We were only 10 quotes in when you said
we've been slacking on quotes because we only just made it to what, 67?
That's still a lot.
That is a lot, but we've also this is 102 episodes. You said history.
I know. Yeah. Well, 102 not since we started streaming. It's just 100. You absolutely are able to make the connection. I don't think Ryland has seen it, which is part of the reason why I made you make the history check, but you've heard and read about it in a few different spots. And one of them being you had a connection with or a conversation with oh my god. I can't think of their name right now. God.
What was it about? I might be able to help you.
It was someone from his that's what it was. When you spoke to no, you don't remember that. Never mind. So you don't have that. The Guardian underwater, that's what it was. Because I was like, you spoke with, and then your character's memory was wiped of that. So you don't know. Never mind. I think just from the notes alone and your teammates kind of compiling and comprising your information, you would remember that Mirtaswa was described as having very, very long fingers that can seemingly retract into regular length hands. But in that information, you also remembered hearing that if they make contact, it's possible for him to get some stupid smiley face, get information, whether that is psychic or physical, about a creature that he's able to touch with his hands. So you are able to kind of put that together. That's likely.
So I think Rylan from this point is going to be like, I think he'll kind of get up to his knee, like a knee or something like that. And wonder if that was part of his plan. Where's Valen? I think us fixing he's relying on us to reconnect to our former selves. I think he used us to gain access, and by us removing them, there's nothing else holding them here, or at least from his grasp.
I imagine at the very least he has important information about you. Those memories that we're fighting, he likely saw some of it. And he also perhaps reclaimed a piece of that soul.
was good until you started laughing.
She's killing it.
We're gonna be in Shadowrun and like, how long are the fingers?
There's no abilities in Shadowrun that are finger related, right? So Flandy will be safe from the fingers
gun.
of death. Finger gun, exactly. Oh, jeez.
No, there's a couple. off the top of my
Okay,
head.
good.
Yeah.
Great. Oh no. But yes, you're able to have this conversation with him and pull some information from it.
Yeah, I think Rylan's just gonna be like, well, hopefully that was, as much as I hate to see any part of me go, perhaps that was the better. I don't think I have the same fears and concerns that Rylan would have.
No, I don't believe you do. In any case, I do believe you've expelled any control he had over you, which is important.
Oh, good. Only one more to go. Oh. I don't know if we spoke last, and I know your time is short, but we learned more about my markings. Kind of lifts it up. Apparently they're tied to one of Talona's masterpieces, if you will, for her at least, located at my village somehow. Should this last mark be removed, it seems to be the catalyst activated.
A complicated issue then. Do you have any preventative measures you can take?
Well, Valen seems to trust Talona that if we remove an individual, God, we said his name wrong so many times. I'm having trouble remembering what the fuck the correct one is.
I know. I did. It's my character, and I forgot his name because Nenders kept fucking it up so much.
Is it Makaris?
It's Makaris. Good job. Oh my god. Don't be proud, Nenners.
He's gonna.
Well, it always takes me back to the Baldur's Gate. Blackius! For whatever reason. But
I keep thinking of Brachus from fucking Divinity.
Yeah. There's so many different.
You cur with 2 C's.
But I mentioned him and mentioned the offer to. I forget what exactly her offer was, but to help or adjust her plan or whatever, should we eliminate him, and he'll obviously like talk about how that he doesn't feel like that's the right answer or whatnot, but we're gonna have to talk Valen off the ledge probably.
You see him kind of focusing for a second, and then
it's not the ledge you got to worry about me about.
Parsing that information together. Talona is not a deity known for her ability to hold packs. She is chaotic by nature. What she says for a moment might be different in the next. I wouldn't rely on her word.
Talona's a lying whore, got it?
I'm also trying to get rid of the marks on your face, you doofus. Stop making this hard for me.
We gotta do it the right way, Valen.
Your brother, of course he's gonna make it harder for you.
No casualties.
No casualties that you know of.
Oh my god, fucking Maya, that gif. Oh, it's so cursed. I hate it. Oh, it makes me mad. Okay. You hear him say this and then look towards the guards who seem to kind of rustle for a moment, but I do believe my time is short. Is there anything else you would need from me before?
No, I think you've done more than I ever dreamed you could in this short time. I appreciate it.
It was almost entirely you.
Rylan naturally goes in for a hug and then pauses for a second, like, is a hug okay?
as you stand, you see he remains seated, but he offers an arm to what seems to be almost like an opening for a side hug, not necessarily a full-on like just
watch the Atlas.
While he's doing so, Kodrono, go ahead and give me a medicine check.
How dare you?
And Ryland, you're not proficient in religion, are you? Or not religion, medicine, excuse me. Holy shit.
Medicine, yes, he is.
Oh, okay, go for it. Jesus.
It's not great, but he is.
Yeah, just fucking
That's a
Kodrono
7.
out here. Okay, yeah, no, you probably wouldn't notice too as you reach in and hug him. He does remain seated, and you've mostly seen him seated. At times he'd be up, but it wasn't really often here. Kodrono, you're starting to kind of notice that he's not standing because it looks like he can't. Whatever apparatus or seat they have him in is likely something he's bound to. Maybe not permanently, but if you had to guess, whatever attack happened to him, it left him paralyzed.
The silvery guy, right?
Yeah.
Jesus. He's like,
did you try getting healed for that condition?
You see him looking over Kodrono, his eyes still glowing. It's in progress.
Okay.
feel like he has. I mean, they have all the resources of this great palace that are far beyond.
Yeah, and genuinely, not only with your ability to kind of like make that connection, but also with your 29 medicine, thinking it over, he's likely in the best of hands being here.
And even it would be fair for them to heal him and not anybody else who's crippled in the whole city, because
he's not. Listen, also we got rated.
Oh, hello! I was Girls on These Worlds! I was going to recommend we rated them if there's someone.
We're playing amongst each other so much. Thank you so much for the raid. I have a special shout out for them because they're awesome. But Girls on the World is amazing. They run so many other games and give a lot of platforms to ladies trying to tell their stories, and it's freaking amazing. If you're not following them, please go ahead and do so. Thank you so much for the raid. And Nenners, you're in timeout. You can't. You can't do that, Nenners. You're going to jail.
Channel, so I can throw you back in the timeout channel real quick.
Oh no! See quote number 10. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god! Just for some of our nonsense things. Yeah, we have Nenners had an enemy that tried to finger of death Flandy, or not Flandy, but roll him many times to the point where socks of tongues. I forgot about.
It's such a treat.
Oh my god! But he was Roland, Flaney's other character, was getting finger of death almost every single round. So to the point where we were asking questions. Yeah, and I was like, Nenners, can she finger at will, or is this a spell cat? This is a spell like saving. Like, how's this working? This is a lot. How many slots does she have to finger this off? So yeah, we've had a lot of stupid.
Oh, you got vulnerable with that one.
I did. I feel like the Legacy crew is a little bit more rowdy. So those jokes just like flow.
She also had a 40-foot wide mouth.
She did. No, it was 90 because it was a 90. Yeah.
The fuck are you guys doing on Fridays?
To be fair, I also think I was drunk at the time.
Nenners doesn't understand feminine anatomy, apparently.
Jesus Christ, Nenners! Do you think
it was a monster?
You're living in the middle of nowhere for too long.
Don't even act like you did.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
We're done.
Yeah, anyway, thank you again for the raid. Girls Run These Worlds, you're amazing. I hope your stream was awesome. Thank you for dealing with our shit. We're gonna hop back in to the team essentially saying their goodbyes, but Kodrono was able to spot that Sevier was in his attack was rendered paralyzed, but is seated at the moment and giving Ryland a sort of half hug before seemingly giving you a goodbye and looking ready to likely speak with one of his guards again. But you see him say before you leave, just be cautious with others if they have not fully escaped the grasp of that event, whatever it might be. The sooner you reclaim yourself, the better.
I think Ryland wants to ask questions, but he's not sure which one to ask first, and he knows there's limited time, so I think he's just gonna kind of analysis paralysis,
Yeah, right.
Yeah. He reads that in you and gives you time, and then eventually is for next time.
We'll have to make a meeting. Thank you again.
You're welcome. Good luck. And call me.
I should study with you sometime.
Okay.
And good luck on your recovery.
Poor guy's paralyzed. He can't even run away.
Thank you.
You'd be like,
Eesh.
Oh my god! Give me Dex Foos. Give it now. No, I'm sorry. You have to pass that. Oh, also, I'll have you guys. Is there anything else you want to say before you leave?
that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay. You guys will head it back out. Also, Vogley, I realized there was a little bit of confusion in terms of what you passed and what you didn't pass after leaving the memories and overnight. I went back to double check. Okay. But no, I fully understand why there was confusion because I fucking said the wrong thing when you were rolling out of things. You successfully rolled out of one, but you failed another. And yes. I did not register the one that I didn't say out loud, whatever one you failed. And that was on me. And the good news for you is that it worked in your case because you failed the dexterity and a save or a strength. And during the overnight, you passed the dexterity, but you failed your strength. So that meant that for the strength one, you have disadvantage on all of your attack rolls. Why this works for you is we just had combat and you didn't have that. So thankfully, you did not have to worry about that. But in terms of the storyline, just keep in mind that you're just going to feel a little off in terms of combat right now. So you still have that because you haven't passed that strength saving throw. And again, that's fully on me because when it happened, I was like, you passed, good job. You passed one. I just did not register the second one. Or say anything out loud. So that's on me.
Okay. So I failed the strength saving throw, so I need to roll disadvantage on attack.
Yeah, not strength saving throw. Yeah, attack rolls.
From now on until I save out of it. And when can I save out?
You don't know.
Go to bed, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
anyway.
Yeah. That was on me. And I realized because when you were confused, I was like, let me check. Maybe I was an idiot. Yeah. Okay. So that was on me. We're good. Right. I wanted to make sure that I said that. Not that I expect you to get comment. Thank you. But you leave Sevier as he seems ready to speak with some of the guards that are there. And for the Ryland and the gang, you know that the rest of the team is at the library as you kind of discussed it before you did anything. So you're welcome to go meet with them there or whatever you'd like.
Ryland's going to ask for directions to whatever the nap room is, and he's just going to go pass out.
Okay. As you speak to some of the guards, they seem to recall some orders that they had received from Kanja, and they lead you back towards the sort of safe rooms that are more or less anonymous. And you don't go to a room that's too far from Aksa, but they do lead you to a particular room that you, on your way in, notice that there's a bit of a, most of them don't have labels on them, especially because the safety of the people inside is to ensure that nobody knows who's in there. But when you walk by this one, there's a symbol on it that is not on all the others. And I don't know if you've seen it before, but you can give me either religion or history to see if you might be able to deduce what it means.
It's the same modifier. I don't. Fuck it. We're feeling religious. We just reconnected to Maliki, unicorn lady.
You did.
Let's
We're
go.
good.
Maliki.
Be a great roll.
Maliki.
Nope.
Maliki.
I'm just curious. I just want to see what the other roll would have been.
I mean, it's not good.
No, okay, all right. We did the right choice. We're sticking with religion.
It's not that they're both equally fail. Like it's not like if you get it lower, then Maliki comes down and slaps you personally. I taught you better. No, that is not the case. But no, you're able to make it into that room. And it's very similar to Aksa's. Although while hers was clearly meant to be for one person, there was like one bed, there was one nice sort of lounge pit, there was like a smaller space for her to make food. This seems to be a space that is meant for numerous people. And as per expectation at this point, the Mytho, one of the kings, being the wizard savant that he is, has seemingly ensured that all the rooms are kind of bigger than as they appear on the outside. And as you walk in, there are about 7 beds that you can make out, all of which are relatively large, but there is one that is clearly larger than the others. California King, if you may expect.
Tell me why I just pictured Valifar being here, and we walk in this room, and he just goes dibs and takes that one.
Yeah, because when you guys got when you guys got your manor, your like estate, he was like, "I'm taking one of the big beds." That's hilarious. Yeah, but yeah, you do see a very large bed, as well as other beds that are here, and ready to be used. But I'm just gonna say that Kodrono and Irene are still with you, unless Kodrono, you want to go meet the others in the library. But I imagine you'll just be here and chilling. Yeah. So you guys have this room to yourselves. The guards leave you here. You're welcome to relax if that's what you would like to do. Poor Ryland.
I think Ryland is he's gonna do 2 things. He's gonna try a divine sense to see if he gets yelled at by the magic wards.
Okay, go ahead. Give me a charisma check. You recognize that this happened every time one of you attempted to cast something. You had to like almost see if you could push past it. And this is
I think genuinely, like I remember that as my idea. I think for Ryland, like he's genuinely just like so happy that there is that connection again that he's just gonna
like, I gotta try. No, I hear you.
Yay! Yay!
It's the
Where
dice
were
are
you
telling
like
a
5
story.
minutes ago?
Wow.
The dice are telling a story, and that is that Ryland is fucking back, baby. As you attempt this magic, you feel the wards around you flare up for a second. But you also know that in what you've heard, the wards also categorize what spells are being cast. So you also kind of understand that even though you're pushing it on this and you feel that you can push to your full extent, you also know that if the kings get a log of what's going on, they're not going to be real mad at you for divine sensing in the palace, you know? If it was, say, like an aggressive spell, then you might get a visit real soon. But knowing that this gets cataloged and knowing that it's safe, you for the first time feel like you are stretching the best stretch after being compressed and compact in a tight and uncomfortable position for the longest time. It just feels so good. But it goes out, and much to your expectation, nothing pings, but you do feel it work.
Ryland, you stand before the council today charged with 1 count of divine sense, shortly followed by 1 count of summon greater steed. How do you plead?
Followed by 3 counts of bitch. No. Yeah.
Is there
a win after that stress there for real?
Is there a spot where Ryland would have been able to like, or does he have to like completely go outside the palace in order to try and summon Rusi back? I know it takes 10 minutes.
It would be similar.
Torn.
It would be similar. You either have to roll for the attempt while you're in the palace, or you need to get all the way outside to recast Barusi.
I think he'll leave it up to fate. I think he'll like just kind of lay in the bed and just happy that he could do stuff again. And he's gonna leave it a chance, and he'll try to summon Rusi.
Okay.
And hope that she can come back. And if not, then he'll just like, all right, we'll do that later.
Okay. That is another charisma check. So go ahead and see if you can.
Don't Christmas tree, don't Christmas tree.
I know.
We don't want to see red today.
Yeah.
All right. You have come to realize that thankfully you have passed the DC once again, but again you focus. Where do you think Ryland is? Is he seated? Is he still in his armor? Like, how is he going about bringing her back?
I think he like took off the necessary pieces. I think he would absolutely still have his Maliki belt on. He'd still he'd have his crest on his chest or something like that, and he's just like kick back, actually relaxing for once, and he's just trying to summon Rusi for some scrunches like on the side, and he's just like going through the ritual, and very casual version of the ritual, but he's just trying to bring her back.
Yeah. And through the ritual, you feel again the wards kind of flaring up against you, and a little bit of resistance as it goes, but you're kind of confident in them knowing you, and also
sorry
if it doesn't work, if it doesn't work, you also understand, you can go outside and do it. It's not a high tension situation, and there comes a bit of relief in just knowing we'll see how it goes. And unconsciously, Ryland kind of closes his eyes as he's casting this. And at the end of the spell, you are very abruptly kind of startled back into the space with the familiar wet kisses of a very large dog beside you. Rusi is fully back. You hear the rustling of leaves as her tail starts wagging again. But you hear, I'm back, I'm back, I'm back, you did it, I'm back. And you see her kind of like looking up for a second, and there is one particular rune that is just above your head that is bright red. It looks almost like there's almost like a magma haze of heat kind of coming from this one rune in particular. And there's a few others around it that spider out from the ceiling that are also as red, but the one above you is red hot, almost white.
I think Ryland's he's just so happy right now, and like it worked, and she's back, and
we just got raided again. I'm so sorry.
We got another raid.
Yay! Third raid of the night.
Hi, Magical Misfits. What's up?
I almost dyslexia that backwards.
It's like, Flandy, let's go. Okay, good. You did it. You did it. Oh my God. What's up? How you doing? How was your stream? I'm gonna type it out as well because I don't know. Some people might be doing their kind of wrap ups, and I understand. So sometimes you need to type things out and get it. But it's nice to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. This has been a wild night of raids.
Yeah.
Thank you very. Flandy's success seems to attract the raids. I agree. I fully agree.
It's the mustache.
I'm good, and we're doing good. That's good. It's a good Saturday night for us. I think it's going well. I'm happy to see from you guys again. And again, our little shout out to Magical Misfits. They're awesome. They rated us a couple times, and hopefully one day we'll be able to return the favor. But it feels as though we go pretty late. But one day we'll try and return the favor. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. But Ryland has just resummoned his companion and magical blink dog, Surusi, and has noticed that all of the runes above him are flaring very hot red because they were trying to block the spell, but he managed to cast all through. So, with that, Rusi looks up and is, are we gonna get in trouble?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay.
She
goes back to kissing your cheek. Okay.
And I think with that, Ryland probably, I don't know how easily he knocks out, but I imagine it's probably fucking quick, and he is just
yeah. I feel like you're like, let's nap. She's like, okay, you lay down, and then Kodrono, you just hear snoring within seconds.
Oh,
Out. And Kodrono, not too long after, you hear a quick knock at the door, and then the knob turn a little bit.
Everybody get on the door.
It doesn't fully open. It opens like a crack, and then you can like hear just from the acoustics of the room that someone has kind of like cracked the door open and put their face near it and just kind of is speaking into the room just so that it could at least be heard. But you hear a guard's voice. Everything all right?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to ask that the number of spells in this room be limited to the 2 that have already been cast.
Bailey's gonna be pissed.
Got it.
He had his opportunity. He didn't even get a chance.
When Control says you got it, and then there's like hesitation on the other side of the door, and then you hear, "Have a good day." Like pulls the door closed. But Ryland sleeping, Irene likely relaxing as well, and Cadrono there also. We'll leave you guys here in this room and head back over to Team Library, where you guys are getting some info. And Dex as loud as she can, Maya Papaya. But within the library, is there anything else you guys wanted to check on? I know you kind of had the idea of the sort of short rest, so being here for about an hour. They were likely with CV here for maybe like a half hour or so, and then walking to their room and getting to another space. It's not fully an hour yet, but you guys are here in the library.
For Valen, I think he would just like once he got the information and noted it down, I think he would start his just resting phase. Just kind of leisurely trying to link some things together, but he's like trying to let his mind rest for a bit.
That's incredible. I don't know if it's possible. But anyway, I'm actually going to leave you and Bogley for a second. I don't know if you want to role play together or something, but I got pee. I'll be right back. But I can hear you. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Valen, do you think you would want to go find Nirja or Kevin well, probably not Kevin.
I'm sure Kevin is reading some Sports Illustrated book. I think might be the other way around. He's very like, I know what I want, I'm going to try to get it kind of situation.
Okay.
I don't, unless you specifically are like, hey, I need help with this, or I don't grasp this particular concept or something.
Probably not. Nirja would probably continue to tell Trinus some stories about how her sister pranked their mother and blamed it on her, and just general stuff like that, like the frog in the teapot, an owl in the attic, things like that. Same theme, pretty much.
A bat in the rest of the apartment.
Bat in the apartment, yeah. Hey nerds, has there been any bats lately? Did you name
there
them yet?
Thankfully not been any flying mammals in my apartment in quite some time, but I'll take pictures the next time it happens.
Thank you. I would love to see.
Yeah, I don't know how they get in here, but
yeah.
Please, Nanners. Oh my gosh!
I'm on the first floor.
Every time okay, sorry.
Okay.
No,
first floor, all my windows are closed. It was what, the last time was like in December or something. Like clearly, where I'm at, I'm not gonna keep the windows open.
It was bat season.
Yeah, but no, they. Yep.
Exactly,
anyway,
it was bat season. No, you're good. Every time I hear flying mammal, it reminds me of when I was a little shit in second grade, because we were doing like a family, I was a little shit. I did something on purpose to fuck with the teacher just to see if she would be smart. But we were learning the animal groups and stuff, like birds and mammals and insects and blah blah blah. So on this test that we had, they were like, which animal category can fly? And I put down mammals because I was thinking bats, because I was like, this is a trick question. It's supposed to be birds, but bats are mammals and they can fly, so I'll put down mammals. So I did, and then she marked it wrong, and then I walked up to her when I got it, and I was like, I got this question wrong, and it's not. And she was like, yes, it is. You're supposed to put down birds. And I was like, what about bats? And she stared at me and didn't say a word and just marked it correct and changed my test score and handed it back. I was like, fuck you! You know which Animal Planet I watch.
Might as well put fish and snakes and all that jazz on there.
It was just, I mean, the others kind of glide, like they actually fly, and that was part of me being a shit, because I was like, I knew what answer she wanted, but I was like, nah, not in my house. Anyway,
not today.
Not today.
How come you're out here Matumbo with your professor?
I'm not a professor. I was in second grade. This is
got a professor in second grade.
I was in college in second grade.
Man.
No. It was a teacher. Anyway, right. You guys are in the library. I did hear that you guys are kind of chilling in your own situation. Valen, eventually, Kemen does settle down next to you again, and as you kind of expected, seems to be reading some. They seem to be almost like training. I shall inspire Valen just in case. Valen, you just got an inspiration for Magical Misfits.
Yeah.
Yay! But you see him reading something that is in reference to likely the fighting forms and training regimen of Githyanki, and not the higher up and the higher ranked Githyanki, of course, but just kind of the basic training and such. But as he's reading over it, he does seem to be almost critiquing it in a way as he goes. Just like, platform's garbage. We got rid of that a long time ago. We kind of still use that, but that's kind of old-fashioned. It's just sort of reading through it and very casually about it as well. But you are resting here, and after a little bit of time, eventually a guard kind of walks towards the trio of you and just sort of leans a hand on the table, just enough to kind of get your attention, leaning in and keeping quiet, as keeping with the rules of the library. I have been tasked with alerting you that your friends have taken up residence in our safe rooms. Should you need them, you can find them here. And you see him kind of slip a paper towards you, which seems to have a room number in a location that you recognize was close to Aksa.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry for the inconvenience.
None at all. It turns and leaves. But you're here, and welcome to spend the rest of your time here if you'd like.
I assume you want to go rest?
Yes, I think Trinus needs a break, and she looks at the gym and says, "It was lovely talking to you. We're gonna go rest now. But I'll keep you close just in case anybody else is talking. Would you be able to hear anyone else, or can you only hear me?"
I'm aware of those around you.
Okay.
Valen's kind of doing the Nate Fillion, where he's like, "That's not how." You know what? No, you just...
I got to watch him do the whole thing. That's great.
And Nirja ignores you. She's just like, "I'm talking with the person. I'm focusing on this person. This person's very important right now." So she puts the gem in a place on her armor to make sure it's touching her scales, and then she looks at Kemen and she says, "Find anything good to read?"
You see him pause, like kind of parsing together the words as he's just getting used to common, and you just said a bunch of words very quickly. I just realized Dubs was looking for Nubs, and Nubs was apparently behind the couch, and he just tried to climb out, and it was a struggle. I heard like a slight thunk, and I went to go look, and he was like, but he's up now. He's walking around now, but that didn't go as smooth as I think Dubs would have liked. But Kemen hears what you says and then good fight. It kind of like points at the slate.
Oh, okay. That great story, huh? And then she, kind of realizes that she might have spoken too fast and just sort of
not story. How to fight.
Oh, like a guide?
Yes.
Okay.
It looks like Valen. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like an instruction manual. It's for our people specifically, so he was evaluating it, I think is the best way of putting it.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's go find everyone else and have a rest.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So she gets up to go.
Yeah. You all gather whatever you've collected or copied down in the space. Leaving the books here, of course, and head off to meet your friends, which doesn't take too long. Thankfully, as mentioned, you do know where you're going and where it is, and with a couple of guards sort of posted near as they are in this hallway, you see them all just kind of nod to your presence and then point you in the right direction, even though you already were going there. But as you step inside, you likely see Irene and Kodrono relaxing. I think Dove just went down for the laundry. And Ryland and Rusi passed the fuck out on a big bed. But you're able to make it to the same room that clearly seems meant for many people.
How'd it go? And she's talking to Kodrono or Irene.
I was like, literally everyone we're conversing with is not here, or Ryland is unconscious. Irene's gonna lift Kodrono's hammer. Give me a strength check. Quick, roll a d20. I don't know where your strength is. +1? I don't know. Anyway. You're welcome to walk in. We can have them have conversations with you when he likely gets back or another time. But I think Irene, at the very least, would kind of fill you in. Would fill you in on Ryland's success. And I think she would tell you that it was a painful journey for him, for sure. But I also, Flandy, are you listening in or are you not here at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you? I think Ryland explained out loud what he was also feeling with the soul situation, right?
Yeah, he would have recounted that loud enough for everybody here. Especially the concern of do we fight it and give him that option, but with Severe's last bit of Severe's last bit of make sure you're back to normal soon. He's gonna be like, I don't know what we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I gotta talk to Valen, but I also gotta go sleep.
I genuinely don't think Irene would say all of the details that you gave for that, like what you just said. I think Irene would explain that whatever versions of yourselves that you saw at the party and interacted with in those events were likely entangled with you currently in some kind of soul level, and that untangling them seems to be important at the moment. But whatever version of yourself that you saw seemed to be a real person and have a soul of some kind. But if you feel as though the event took something away from you, it's because it is trying to. And thankfully, Ryland is back to himself.
Are the runes still glowing?
They've calmed a bit. They're not as aggressively glowing, but yes, they are still glowing.
Did Valen stay in the library or did he come back?
No, he came back.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Valen glowing?
Valen is not glowing. Valen whole body glowing?
No. Yeah.
But yeah, Irene gives you this information. Oh, and also the information that at the end of it, Ryland was unconscious, but Severe did heal him back.
How? I'm both proud and concerned for you, but I'm glad you got it back. More than anything, I think you needed that win.
Ryland's passed out if you're talking to Ryland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
that's why
that sounded
was
very
talking to you.
Ryland-esque.
It did.
He's just gonna be like, I'm glad. This is why we have the buddy system, and he just kind of.
There's going to be a moment where like Kemen leans into you and points at one of the other 6 beds in the room. Hey, when was the last time you laid down something like that, huh?
Yes.
Waterdeep, maybe?
Fall asleep.
It's been a while.
Whoa. Okay. Why don't you make use of one like right now?
But I need to sleep.
He kind of like pokes at you for a second, and Phelan, you're down to like 15 hit points. That fight was rough. Like he pokes you, like making sure it's not in one of your like wounds or bruises or anything, but it's just you don't look great. Sometimes just being horizontal for a little bit can help. You don't have to be asleep. You don't even have to sleep. Just lay down.
There's the like that is inefficient. I can't read it or write this well when I'm on my back. But he's trying to process the human element of it or the humanoid element of it, where it's just for a few minutes. I'll do it for you, but I want to talk to you for a moment.
Yeah, all right.
My path with the Queen, if I'm going to be brutally honest with you, is going to be confrontational. I've been thinking about it. I don't see a way that I can willingly serve her in the form that she's in. Where you come in is she's already tried to use you against me, and I'm pretty sure you're just as important as I am, though. So that means the inverse may also be true.
I was fully under the expectation that we weren't going to try and serve her.
Okay. I just want you to be okay with what that could possibly mean. I'm sure you may know more than I do, but I'm not sure if you've given it thought.
She's already tried to get rid of me. I don't know. Before everything happened, thank you, Abby. Before everything happened, and then I got kicked out, I guess. Foster kept saying something along the lines of it wasn't a good environment, I guess. It wasn't good. It wasn't good for us, I think, is what she kept saying. So I think when it was made clear that she didn't want me back, I assumed I would never. I think it's a relatively clear message when people send someone to kill you, right? So I'll take that message.
Yeah. There's things here I'm missing. I don't understand fully. I don't know what her plans are. I think the child may be closer to us than we both realize.
Maybe. It's not like we can go ask her though, right? Don't ask her. I was kidding. She's gonna smite you again or whatever that was. That didn't feel good.
I have some ideas, but I don't know when's a good time to.
Kind of looks around. Probably safe here, right? What's up?
Not necessarily. Aksa can still do her thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which means she may have influence to a degree. Or use psionics to do other things.
In Aksa's defense, I've never seen anyone else do what she does.
I don't know. We need a way to not be paralyzed in that realm.
And what? Kick Vlacus in the teeth? What is the plan if we're not paralyzed? And we don't have a lot of options, even if we're not paralyzed. What is your plan? Actually, that's what this should be right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If we can break free of whatever control they have, and I absolutely appreciate your moxie in that we're just gonna each take one, I guess.
She's a big face. She's fucking huge in that space.
Absolutely. We could have a conversation for once that isn't just us being talked at without fear of retribution, which I understand probably isn't going to go anywhere, but
I think that's going to go about the same way that we expect while we're there. I mean, it just means that we can move a little bit more before we get zapped again or whatever that was.
Okay, then we need something to anchor us here.
So we can leave?
So we can reject the forced meeting.
Oh. How do we do that?
That would be probably in my realm. However, if we do that, that means we might get
She's gonna be real mad.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get a visit from
real mad.
Some people and possibly dragons. But
So we're turning it up a notch is what I'm hearing from this plan.
I think so.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest with you. I also want Budai to whatever. I'm not even going to honor him by his stupid name. He wants to give us a face thing and we'll call him by that. It's suitable for his fucking character. But I would also like to have his remains for some experiments after we kill him. But
you keep talking about bones. Do they need to be dead for that to happen? Because we can get bones.
No, I don't think so.
You just need to chill out, Valen. Huh?
I don't believe so. That's a good point, though. We could just I'll ask the kings for a digit or two. While we're doing that, there's a lot of bones in the foot that if you take one out, they can't walk right for the rest of their lives. But I'm just saying, whatever you think is best.
What the fuck?
I didn't even think about that. Thank you. Finally, somebody who sees eye. All right, excellent. We'll take one of the carpets.
Real small too. You don't even need to,
In and out. I'm getting quite good with this dagger.
Yeah. I think maybe I would, but I can teach you.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
The dagger would
absolutely.
work. Yeah.
Right. What language is Valen speaking in? Okay, so Nurja doesn't understand, so she's just like watching them like. Valen,
you're watching the emotions of them, both two of them.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
She's like, she's leaning on a bed and whatnot, and she's also watching them, and she like sees Valen talking and whatnot, and she's like thinking to herself, "Is he scheming again? Like, is this another?"
Absolutely.
Because he sees kind of how like angry you are and then excited you get, and she's like, "Oh God!" Like Kemen just told him something important. What is it? So she's just she's kind of watching you.
Kemen gets real excited and points at his foot and starts talking very fast.
What's happening? What's going on?
I'm gonna ask you a question, Nurja.
Okay.
Do you really want to know?
Kind of, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but just remember, Cadrono and Irene are also awake and hearing this as well. So, yeah, I kind of want to know what you're up to because it would be.
So you know how my friend can use bones to get information?
Your imaginary friend, right?
Correct. And we have a high value target with information that we need.
Okay.
Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
You're gonna get a bone from Budai. Like, what are you gonna do? Pull a tooth?
No.
Okay. I mean,
I'm telling you, all you have to do is say no, and you won't be.
No. That's not what I mean. So, isn't it important to Aksa that he's not harmed? I don't care about really anybody else, like whatever. But isn't that important to her?
No, she said dead. She wants to talk to
me. Right. No. But she also said it seemed to me that she also didn't really want him hurt as well. I mean, I'd like to explore that a little more.
She wasn't specific on that, but it's just a matter of timing. She can speak to him, healthy and whole. We'll get a hold of him. That won't be the case. We'll keep him moving.
Okay.
Anyway, let me just real quick finish my conversation. I'll hop
okay. Yeah. All right. Cool.
I want to. There was some spells in a book I found, which I no longer have, but that I think I might be on the.
Sorry, go ahead.
Kind of. That I might be on the cusp of being able to do. Is there, say, a square inch of your body where you'd be okay with not having it for a bit? I'd heal you back.
A square inch?
Ryland's pretty out cold.
Sure. I mean, you probably take something from my back. I don't need all the skin.
I would just want you to, just want you to think about it, and yeah.
Well, I think the rest are gonna get in the way of the form and stuff, but like right in the middle of the back.
Yeah. No, like I said,
I'll make it a spot I can reach. So if it gets itchy, I can scratch it. But otherwise,
it's good thinking. That's why I asked. Okay. That.
These hard-hitting questions is why I asked.
Yeah.
Guys, like, make sure I can scratch the piece of skin you're gonna take away from me. And you're like, never thought of that. Good job. Sorry, good.
Yeah, he's got a lot of insight. If hypothetically you could do something that someone didn't like, but could potentially save everything they love, would you do it?
Whoa.
Don't trust
you're
that
a busy
bitch.
bee, huh?
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
Don't trust that bitch, is what he said.
Oh no, I mean, I heard that. I didn't hear you.
Oh, okay. No, you're good. Yeah. But he pauses for a bit, and he's, from what you've noticed, he does seem to be kind of a like instinctive, like reflexive person. Like there's not a lot of times where he's in his own thoughts. It's just you ask him a question, you get a quick answer, and it might not be the right answer, but he'll stumble his way to the right one out loud. Like he's not one to be really introspective, but this is a moment where he seems to be. I don't know if I've had the chance to feel, I guess, all that, but I think to be honest, the best contacts I had were the Fostra, but she's gone. You're pretty cool, I think. Yeah, if there's something you wanted saved, if I made you angry doing it, then. But I mean, I think that's also coming from a place of I'm a disowned Gith Yankee with nothing, so not a lot to offer at the moment. I think I would.
Thank you. I think that's all.
If you're gonna make a bad decision, I'll be there with you.
Thank you. Same. All right, I'll go lay down.
Oh, good. Okay. You see him like lay down on the bed that's next to you, and is like at first is on his side, just like facing you, making sure that you're laying down. And, if he does get confirmation of you being horizontal, then he'll just like lay on his back and just chill out for a bit.
Yeah, that's what it'll be.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about some stuff.
Yeah. So you relax for a bit. I don't know where Nubs is, but I heard the tiniest of meows. Nirja, were you going to lay down, or are you just going to sit and chill? There are like couches and lounge pits and such for you to relax in this space too. But wherever you'd like.
She's 100% going to a lounge pit, and she's just going to do what she did a lot in the field, which is sort of get in a semi-sitting, semi-lying down position and just sort of nap.
Okay.
So like just sitting up like with Mithril Majesty, kind of like this, and she's just gonna, and then just kind of nap.
Corporate nap where you're just like, I'm not asleep. No, you're good.
Yeah,
you're absolutely able to do so. But with everyone resting, you guys will complete your short rest, which means you guys get to roll your hit dice if you'd like. Anything that you get. What? It's not a long rest right now. I know. Ryland needs a long rest.
Unless somebody wakes him up, Ryland's going for a long rest.
It's like, please help me, please. Just let me sleep for 8 hours. Ryland got his ass whooped. But yes, short rests. Go ahead and roll me hit dice if you need them, or any cooldowns that you get. If you need them, it's always nice to see those green numbers. Fucking, you're just on a roll tonight, let me tell you. But that being said, though, if the team is resting and you see that Ryland just passed the fuck out, would you want to continue resting, or to make it a long rest also means that your timeline for things might be a little fucked, but also my cat is here.
Hello, Nubby. Hi.
Nubby
loves.
What time?
Yeah, like, no, Bob, go.
I was not ready for that.
Yeah. He has to go and sniff all of my monitors now, so you're going to get his nub tail as he goes and sniff. Yeah, this is just part of his routine.
That's just how it is.
Yes, he's got to.
Let me roll myself. But Foozca, what?
It is still late morning right now, so it's probably like 10:30, getting close to 11. The Kings were requesting that you stay until like early evening, so like 6 p.m.
We might as well long rest anyway if we're going to be here, honestly.
Okay.
Because think about it. If it's early morning, like 10, and we sleep 8, it puts us at 6 anyway. It's exactly where we want to be.
Pretty much there, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Like, if there's anything else you want to do, of course you can. But if you want a long rest here, you can do that.
Did we pick up Kambish's dagger?
Not yet.
No.
Okay, so
we have to go back.
Yeah. You know that she'll be up. I mean, she'll be open at that hour anyway. So if you want to leave,
if she and Kudu are up, then I think we can give.
All I'm saying is, Ryland ain't waking up unless somebody waking Ryland up.
Yeah,
we still got Kadrono, man. I mean, no one else can pick you up. And Nurture too. She's Jack as well. Yeah, we're good, man. We got team. Yep. You know.
Okay.
I can't wake you up, but they can.
If it helps, and if we're not strapped for time, then a long rest I also agree with.
All right. Let's have the team do a long rest then. Sounds like that's what the plan is. So go ahead and yes. Ryland, I love you very much. As you're having a long rest, you did wind up going unconscious.
Did I go unconscious in the underwater fight?
In the underwater fight.
Because I think that was the long rest. I don't remember. I had a 1 in my counter, but I don't remember if I ever reset it. So I wanted to verify.
That's exactly what I needed.
I feel like you didn't, to be honest, but I
don't
might be
know
wrong.
that anybody
you did. No, you did, because there was a very high tension moment. You did go down for a second, but you were immediately brought back up.
Okay, so
and part of that was the high tension moment. Right, so you're at 2, so that brings your DC up a little bit. I don't have any record of anyone else going down. Is that correct? Did anyone else get downed in any of the combats?
Go figure. Aksa. Rylan's not the only one.
Aksa's gonna have to roll. No, I'm kidding. But that means that I do need you to roll. For our combat DC, our combat thing, our DC for 2 downs is a DC 10 for your Constitution saving throw. And this is to hope that you do not end up exhausted the next day.
Ever.
You haven't.
Never. Here we go. I just need to roll a 5 or higher.
Today's different.
It's a pretty high chance.
Come
Probably
on.
not gonna happen though. Here we go.
That's a D20.
Wow.
Sandy! Oh my god. That is wild. So, for those of you who might not be familiar with the way we run things, this is a rule I literally made up because of Ryland. Because there are times where he would get knocked out so many times, and I was like, there has to be something that messes with this, right? You can't just like lose consciousness 6 times in a day and then just long rest and be like, you know what, I'm fine. So I wanted to introduce something called combat exhaustion, which means every time you get down, the DC goes up by 5. But so if you get down to like 4 times, the DC is like 25 or something for you to long rest but still feel exhausted. This DC was only 15 and he has a +5. It was 5.
Oh, it's a 10.
No, it was 5. Your DC for 1 down is 10. But unfortunately,
like, I need to roll a 5. Let's go.
Yeah, that's why I was like, maybe it's a +10. I don't remember. No, yeah. Unfortunately. Wait, it should be higher than that though. Your bonus, shouldn't it? Because your aura is back on. So I'm sure your con is 5, so it should be back up to.
I only have proficiency in wisdom and charisma.
Well, no, your aura. Your paladin. Your paladin.
It's already
aura.
calculated in, right?
It should be, but it doesn't look like it is for you. I don't think it is. Hold on, I'm gonna do some shit on your sheet. Don't be alarmed. I'm looking at your shit. Okay. Actually, no, I'll do this another time when we're not streaming, so I don't have to distract anything. But right. Unfortunately, you wake up exhausted, which means your ability checks are at disadvantage until your next long rest.
Wait, I think I have a D4. How far were you from passing?
He needs a 4.
Ooh.
I also have a D4. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm doing my part.
That's the one.
Oh no!
God damn it! No!
I love you guys so much.
Your team tried. They both tried. But still not.
Oh yeah, because you
still have Drono's D20.
Well, we also don't know if anybody else is gonna need it for the wake up.
Get the fuck out of here! Stop being. You're gonna be exhausted for the next like 30 years.
He's at 13. You need 2 or higher to pass him. If you want, it's up to you. You don't have to.
Well, we're almost at the end of the night. It's almost 12:30 in the morning.
Isn't it automatically included? I thought it was automatically included though.
Oh, well, wait. Hold on one second.
What's going on?
No. Hold on. I think for combat exhaustion, also read so certain things can be used. I'm just double checking.
Right, because my dexterity save shouldn't be 0, right? It should be automatically 5.
It should be at least up to 5, right? That's what I'm saying. I think you disabled them for the because of your lack of paladin, but everything should get a +5 because of your charisma.
I don't know where I would have disabled it.
Yeah, I have to double check.
Oh,
there it is. I got it.
You found it?
Why does your global have a 5 though? Oh, hold on. I'll just leave it. Get rid of this.
My strength? Oh
Okay,
no, the strength
there
was
we
the there was something for the strength. It was the thing he passed.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Right. So those are your numbers. Those are accurate numbers, that being said. However, Flandy, as you know, this is part of the reason why this was some of the fuckery. Your aura doesn't count for this because you need to be conscious. And this is an unconscious thing
That's
that
right.
when you're long resting, you don't
That's
get the
right.
bonus from it. Because we talked about it in the past as well. All of this nonsense aside, Ryland is unfortunately not feeling great when he wakes up, but
well, let's try to change things.
all right. You got one more inspiration.
Yeah!
Yay!
So that brings you up to a 17. But I got so many D4s today and I haven't rolled any of them.
That would be incredibly rude of you, Goose.
It is.
That would
I
be
haven't rolled
incredibly
any.
rude of you.
I'm gonna
No.
try.
So
I
rude.
need a 3 or a 4 to knock you under.
The rudest. She's gonna
So it's a
fucking cream the
50%
shit out of
chance.
this bullshit.
It's gonna be a 1. Every time I'm trying to be evil, it's always a 1 every time.
No, his luck has been. Oof.
Yes.
Okay, it's a
Oh,
2.
fuck.
You're so
That was too fucking close. No
Do you
pun
see this?
intended.
Do you see
Get
how
out
many
of here.
rolls it took just to not be exhausted?
You are not exhausted.
And it's still by the skin of our
Thankfully.
teeth.
These wonderful people are giving me DM rolls, and I need to use them. Okay,
No, you don't.
I
Listen,
could have
I
been
don't need you
mean,
calling
and I
these
could
people
use it for
wonderful.
other things. Okay, they're wonderful. They're wonderful. Give me all
No.
give me all the DMs.
Dex!
Mine wants her decks back. Okay, so you all finish your long rest. Make sure your hit points, all of your cooldowns are up. You're good to go. It is night now, so it is a bit darker. And if you have anything, I'm just here for the Chaos Moves breaks. Thanks for hanging out. But you do wake up around 6 or 7, depending on what it is. And Valen, I imagine you are awake for all of this, as you are. How long do you think you're laying down? And
He lay down for an hour just to,
if you made it.
you know,
just to pretend,
make a good faith effort.
Right. Yeah.
And once he was done uselessly laying down, he'd get back up and start studying.
Is there anything in particular you're studying?
What is he studying? He was
Anti-Mouthfield?
No, hold on, I have it written down. But I think it's over here. Oh no,
cubic inch skin extraction technique.
Oh God!
Like what all those like?
No!
Oh my God!
Bad.
It's gonna be great.
Oh. Maya's gif of Valen resting.
Oh no!
How to push a politician off a balcony and get away with it?
That's why he has Big B's hand. I mean, yeah,
punch him off with Big B's hand. That is an unwinnable. A fucking like little politician against a 26 strength hand. You just flick him off.
Flick him right off. All right, guys. This notebook was filled up, so I wasn't using this for my notes today.
Oh, wow.
But
no, you're good. Because everyone else is unconscious for this, so that's the reason why I'm like, is there anything you wanted to get done during that time?
He wants to work on
quote
his soul vacuum spell.
Oh, okay.
So that's what
okay.
I'd say he
Have you made any progress on that one, or is that still one of the like I think early on?
The only one that he's made progress on is soul transference, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Why are all these quotes detrimental to Flandy?
Because that's the name of this channel. Flandy gets fucked.
Actually, yeah, because he wanted to that one night, but he never got a chance to. And then he had like an outline for both of these, but he never actually worked on them beyond that. So,
yeah. Hit me with your Arcana check overnight. This would be seeing how much progress you make.
I'm not at advantage, but those are pretty good.
25 is pretty freaking good. Yeah, you make some good strides in this. You might need another night or two, but it's coming together. You're definitely making some strides with this. And it's during your studying that even from within the palace and knowing that it is, warded and there's a lot of safety magic steps taken to ensure that everybody is safe within here. But there's a moment where you feel just a wave of arcane energy kind of work its way through the room. And you can't see it, but just because of you're excellent in studying and your also understanding of the weave, something powerful just worked its way through the whole palace, most likely, and likely onward too. But it didn't leave any residual feeling or seem painful. It just felt as though the weave itself was moved for a second. It just kind of worked its way through and around.
It hasn't been 24 hours since Budai, that son of a bitch. He's going to go to one of the guards and ask if they can check on Budai.
Yes.
Well, there was just some kind of surge. His employer is of considerable power. And I'd like to go with you, if that's okay.
Sure. I think from what we've been briefed on, whatever ritual the kings are doing will go through in waves. You perhaps felt one of those. But we can visit the prisoner together.
That does make sense, and I would be okay. He's caused us and me personally a great deal of pain. So I'd rather be safe than sorry in this particular instance.
Then I will escort you. Give me just one moment. And you seem kind of like walk over to another nearby guard and whisper something before coming back to you. And it's at this point that you're not sure when it happened, but there's a bleary-eyed Kemen beside you. What are you doing?
Cool.
What? I'm just checking to make sure our captive friend didn't do something miraculous.
Okay. You doing that now?
There was a surge of magic that just literally happened moments ago.
Okay. I'm coming with you. Where are we going again? Budai. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
You're here. Yep. Oh, hold on. He walks back into the room and grabs his sword. Is not in his armor at all. Is just in shirt and t-shirt, or a t-shirt and pants basically, and just has his sword. All right, ready. Let's go.
Thank you.
The guard returns and leads you off to go find Budai. But you are led to what seems to be almost the exact opposite side of the pyramid, where the safety area that you were in was very much kind of on the second floor, away from things, off in its own corner. The prisoners seem to be held underground and nearly on the opposite side. So you have to kind of cross the whole length of the pyramid before going underground. And it is much, much cooler down here, almost cold. But you're working your way down. Valen is always covered in plenty of robes, though, so it's not too bad for you. And Kevin doesn't seem to show it, but you can certainly feel the frost almost that kind of hangs in the air. But you make your way down. It is extremely well lit, all things considered, and there are numerous guards in numerous points throughout this place. But you're not hearing a lot of motion, a lot of noise, and as you're starting to make your way into the cells of this prison-like area, it seems to be the structure of it, much like the rest of the palace. There's plenty of sort of sandstone and also intricate metalwork that makes up for what seems to be the outsides of these cells. But the rest of them are fully magic-based. And just in you looking around and through them, you can give me another Arcana check. It's going to be a really low DC just because you're going to be able to pick this apart relatively easily. Okay, you're good. They're good. You're good. It's relatively low. Oh, it's nubs. Nubs on
Hi,
Nubs'
Nubs.
screen.
Bye-bye.
The eyes stand up. So he's done.
Nubs
He's
like
over.
so expertly like leaned forward. It looked like the camera was legitimately zooming in.
Like he didn't change in position. It just like got bigger. That's awesome. But right, and in looking around, you can see that the containers that they seem to be in are sort of translucent, and there seem to be they almost look like they're in like cubic kind of situations that make up the cells themselves. And it's in sort of a long hallway that you work your way down, and there's a good space between each of them, where each cube that each prisoner is in seems to be about 15 foot by 15 foot or so. There's a bed in there. There's plenty of sort of whatever they would need to survive. But in looking at the cubes, they look like some kind of wall of force manipulation, like an ever-present magic barrier that is keeping them separated and in place. They also, from what you can see, there seem to be wards that kind of line all of the barriers of force throughout all of the cells that are down here. And you imagine that, much like you saw with Kanja, certain important people can disable them, and that's likely how they get them in and out, or possibly even feed them, or whatever it might be. But there is nearly zero privacy otherwise. It is these clear cells between them, and everything is obvious, at least. But the guard leads you and Kemen towards one cell in particular, where you do get to see the familiar face of Budai seated upright on the bed that is given to him, and looking like he's pensive at the moment, seated at the edge of the bed and just kind of leaning over, his hands just kind of holding each other and looking down, almost as though he's praying, but it doesn't seem to be that way. But there he sits, and you approach.
They untied him, huh? All right, fair enough. I don't think Valen's gonna say anything, just because. I mean, the reality of the situation is words enough. But he's just, I assume, just stripped down to his bare clothing, nothing.
Yep, you don't see his armor on him, his weapons on him, anything like that. Yeah, you're. It's time for a Nubs treat.
Yeah, Nubs treat. Oh.
It distracted me, but Kemen seemed to have kind of woken up in the time it took for you guys to get there, and is now looking over him as well.
He's so cute.
Yeah, I guess they untied him, but I'd be kind of surprised if he made his way all the way out of this. But who knows?
Yeah, agreed. Oh, this is good. He turns to the guard. Thank you. I appreciate you humoring me. I just wanted to make sure.
No more. That's it.
You're welcome. Is that all? Should I be leading back?
Yeah. Are there any prisoners in here that he may recognize?
Oh, give me an perception check. I was gonna give you investigation, but I was like, there's just no way that would make sense.
No, I appreciate you trying.
Check.
I appreciate you trying.
For
It's
just
okay.
a second, I was giving you a shot.
Yes. The king has returned.
It's back.
In looking around, no one you recognize.
All right. Yeah, he's.
But
yeah,
in
he's
looking
satisfied.
around, you do make eye contact with Budai, as where his eyes were lowered before they raised from their spot just to look at you. Doesn't say anything. Just stares.
Valen gives him the look as, as someone looking at a vermin or some kind of thing that is clearly beneath him and is undeserving of his stare.
I love it. Peak Valen.
But maybe running through which bones he wants to extract. that kind of thing. Let's that play out for a moment before we should return.
You like didn't notice it at the time because Kevin was behind you, but when you turned to kind of address him, he did what you can imagine is likely like the puffing up of a like a bird almost. Where like when he noticed that he made eye contact with you, that he was kind of like aggressively standing behind you as well. So when you turn to speak to him, it kind of catches him and we're going then? We're good?
Yes, thank you.
You guys turn in for just a second. Kevin just turns and then walks off with you. You're very easily able to make it back to your team,
Awesome.
and back to your room, knowing that Budai absolutely seems to be there, and thankfully has made no signs of escaping. But back with the rest of the team, you guys are all waking up from your long rest. Feeling rejuvenated in all cases, thanks to inspiration rolls. Well done. But I'll give you an opportunity. Oh, Vogley, you just got a D4. We are just about to end, but Ava, because that's so close to the end, Vogley, I'll say we can carry that on to the next episode.
Thank
so
you. Especially because I'm
you'll have a
now.
D4. Yeah, I was
Okay.
gonna say, I was literally gonna have them wake up, and then we were gonna.
Foozbell the Generous has spoken.
Yeah, it was so close to the end. I feel bad. So I'm not gonna be like, fuck you. I guess we could also refund the points too. We'll let Vogley have it. That's fine. That's easier. We'll let you keep it. We'll let you keep it. I was gonna say we can refund the points if it's too close. But anyway, is there anything that anyone wanted to address or say the second you woke up? If not, we can of course like make a note of it and then we can come back to this too. But everyone's waking up.
I'd like to cast 15 spells, please.
Okay. I need 15 charisma checks. The rune just explodes and the rocks fall on your head.
See, Valen, that's all you had to do.
Meanwhile, they come and drag you out in chains.
Fucking for real.
Wow.
All right, but if there's nothing anyone needed
no.
to do, go ahead. Okay,
No.
okay. I thought Bob was going to say something.
No.
And that means we get to end our night here. And we usually end our nights by raiding. So I got to go look someone up to raid because I was busy role playing and didn't do it.
We also
but
have to
you
give
guys-
Foos her votes. Yes.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, please give me your votes for the inspiration for
I
next
just
session.
tried to use the Twitch commands and roll 20. I put an exclamation.
Oh no, I've done that. I wish I could say I haven't. But... I don't remember saying that, but I'll take it. That's great. All right, let's see.
Let the
who we
creepy
can
lady
raid.
speak. I used to be good about going back in and saying what we were doing, like what campaign it was from at least, but I got really bad about it.
I imagine that is, if I'm saying that, I imagine Nenners is DMing and we were interrupting him too much. And I was like, let the creepy lady speak. is all I can guess, but I don't know if that's correct at all.
Is that the chicken lady?
What day was December 19th, 2023?
Oh, that wasn't that long ago.
That was also on our stream anniversary, I think.
That could also have been whatchamacallit. If it's a Saturday, well, does it say the time? I don't know. Anyway, I'm looking at it.
Said December 19th? That was a
No.
Tuesday.
Yeah, but if it says
February
like
19th.
Oh,
Did I say December? My bad.
you did.
I heard December, yeah. Oh
No,
yeah,
my
so even
brain
he
said
said
the
it.
wrong day. All
Even
right,
he said-
I'm bad
okay.
at wording.
We did it. Yeah.
Typing.
That was a Saturday.
Yeah.
Or Sunday. Sunday was a Sunday, so it was probably Fousey because we went over.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly that. All right. I think we might just raid one of our buddies because it's been a minute, and
Yeah,
I
we haven't
see
done that in a
we have
while.
a bunch of people on. Yeah, most of the time I try and raid someone new, but
Oh.
we're gonna raid somebody that we know. Give me a second. There they are. Wit and Witchery. I know they've also rated us a few times too, so we want to spread the love and give it to them as well. And in terms of things this week, I don't remember. Are we doing Legacy on the 10th, or are we going to take the Friday instead? Do you know?
I don't think we can do the 10th because Joe. So
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Joe.
maybe this Friday the Legacy will finish. Hopefully everyone's feeling better and we're all good, but we'll see how it goes. Fingers crossed. And then tomorrow I'm on Dice Lore. We're doing a one shot with kids on bikes. I'm playing a bully. And then, And then Monday, I'm on Rev's channel for our Pathfinder thing. And then
Hell yeah.
that's it. And then we'll be back next week. And thanks for hanging out with us, as per usual. Have a wonderful Saturday night and stuff. And we'll talk to you guys later. We're going to go raid. So have a good night. Bye. And thanks for waiting.
Everybody.
It's way to